Hello, hello. All my usual setup stuff to get the stream going. Also, I'll be able to doing that, so this way I can get to work. I'll work on the painting world at some point. Got a lot of AI to work on. So much AI to work. So much boss to fix. I had to really rethink how I do a lot of combats. I think I can use some better ideas on how I do some things, but over time I kind of devise better things anyway, so if I don't make the combat that exciting at first, I'll come back to it. I mean, Patrick got reworked like 4 or 5 times, so I kind of expect it to be real work in progress. Might need to study some other games too to decide how best to do it. This, activate this. Alright, then post the Twitch link to everything, and I'll be golden. All the usual shenanigans to start every stream. I should automate this, it'd be a lot easier on me, but, you know. Oh, eventually one day I'll figure it out. I had a bot that worked for Twitch, but it didn't work for YouTube, and I haven't reinstalled it since. Did make my life a little easier though. Discord. It's weird, people are more likely to join the Discord from YouTube than they are to subscribe to YouTube. Which, well, is more likely to, you know, like follow on it than it is to join the Discord. It's a fun little Discord. And hey, if I keep getting a viewership on YouTube, maybe I'll get monetized one day there. I mean, I just assumed that was a delusional dream that it was never going to happen, so. It'd be pretty sweet if it did, but. I am not holding my breath on that one. Notes. I love that to-do list. Oh, and the restream chat, of course. I could make the restream chat just stay around. I probably should, so people can chat with each other better and not to pay as much attention to it, because I can always just look over and see it's there. Maybe. I forgot to pin this into top. And the other one too. Do that. That vanish has that. Pretty golden. At the restream chat. Really, it's at that point where I don't even know what to do with my time anymore if I'm not streaming. I just need to work on one thing or another, and it's exciting mostly. This person's an enemy. What you say? Making fun of isekais to somebody because they are basically wish fulfillment and don't ever develop their characters, so I usually find them incredibly boring. Not my flavor at all. No. Move her up a little bit so she's not stuck in the ground. Well, she can have her foot stuck in that, I guess. It's fine, because I'm not going to leave her there, but I just want her stuck on the regular ground. Actually, that's not the ground, so technically... should be right here I do this. Never did fix the model for this, whatever. I don't really want to go to all that trouble right now to fix it. Well, I see. Guess I should have changed that. Oh, I should have left that going, but also let me tell this not to spawn a dork. I want to stare at the weapon when I'm doing it so I can position it better. I gotta fix the collision on that at some point today. Migrate this over to the side. Find Vu's weapon. Just gonna sit there and move the things here and watch it on the screen to see where they move to, because you know we can really see it easily. It's just the arrow that has to be rotated, right? Can I rotate the arrow? I should be able to, right? Not that. Is the spawn arrow locked on this? Okay, that's weird. Does it only work if it's not open? But it works in the character thing. I usually can edit those. Hey, mister. Oh, pretty good. Pretty much have learned that I really have no life outside of streaming. Yeah. Just not a thing that I do anymore. I just pretend like I do, but nah. I didn't do what I wanted at all. Okay. Oh, I can just quickly move this in the direction of the pin and save myself a lot of time and effort. Spawn everything in, well, do everything based on these arrows because it's easier than the mesh to get a direction for. As far as I know, they can basically both be the same. Anyway, how's your night going? That looks pretty good, though it needs to be way longer. Alright, variable to change the length of the thingy here. I don't know if I can change the variables how long I'm going. Probably not. Yeah. If I do like probably like 500, it's probably fine. That's right. Live it as intended. Doing game dev all night like a champion. Most champion of champions that ever championed. Yeah, the exact way it was announcing itself as an enemy, not so much, but basically I had that little voodoo doll there and it had the tag for the voodoo doll on it for some reason. So I removed that and it was a lot happier. Yeah. That's not the right way. That's a little better. It's close. That looks pretty good. And maybe over to the side a little bit, and then we golden. Sure. Ain't gamed all night. I have to get early as much more. That's fair. Wasn't good, yeah. He's working on it. Yeah, I only get to dev a bit tonight by comparison to other nights because I got to be up by 1 p.m. I have to be at a dentist appointment by 1 p.m. So I'll probably have to kick off at about 8 hours this time instead of 10 or something. Just 8 hours, oh no. My struggle is so real. Maybe the realest reel that ever reeled. Yeah. That's the joke. What's this person saying to me? That's fair. I really enjoy what I'm doing. I mean, some nights I'm a little too exhausted to really work as much as I'd like to, but overall I enjoy what I'm doing. And just creating all the stuff, so it's like hard to want to stop me. I do this for fun. Also, I do a lot of graphical things and just fun stuff, and I like glom things together, and a lot gets done pretty quickly, so. That tends to lead to me being pretty excited to work. What I mean is a few different attacks here. That's a low, and then this is just normal? Sure. I gotta find some low attacks for a low attack and then a high attack. There's so many little things you gotta do. I mean, we haven't even got to adding most particles and sound effects to things and stuff. I mean, just setting up the regular stuff is so much work. I definitely am seeing what this undertaking truly will be. Like just how much this will take. That's okay. I have fun doing it, so. I hate that the heart thingy gets really big, but I didn't put the other model in, so. Is that like a low hit? Maybe. Kinda. Yeah. I mean, there are worse things I've done in life than, you know, game dev, right? I can think of a lot worse. Here I can do something I enjoy quite a bit. Maybe even get a slight amount of pay for it, which is kind of not the worst. You know? Honestly, that seems pretty low by comparison to the other. I need air attack too. Actually. Honestly, maybe I do this one and then the other one for those two. This one I use this attack. Do I have a nav mesh down? I do. Yeah, sitting around and listening to music all night, chatting with people, working on game dev things. Life's pretty good. I mean, I got problems in life, but whatever. Everyone got problems. This is just too much fun. It's already running. I think it's running. Come on, I believe in you. Whoa, that's a good down attack there. Did you see that? I need to fix it run so it has root motion enabled on it.
Hello there.
Hello, dude. Everyone, how's it going? Hello, hello. My poor neck hates me. It'll always hate me. Stab me. Stab me. Why does her head rotate all funny? Her head just spins. Weird. She also doesn't have little nubs on her head anymore. Where'd the nubs go? What happened to you, lady? You just spazzing out? Oh, hey, another guy. Yeah, the heart gets animated. Like when on that animation, it makes it really big, and I haven't put it in the game again. At least that attack can hit you. That's cool. I need to re-import her without the heart attached, and then add it in post. Because I don't understand. See, that went all small when she jumped, but I don't know. You start the jam, Mike. Nice, nice. Someone's got to win that. Might as well be you. Just saying. Needs to be way more aggressive. Where are you going? You're just doing your thing, huh? Yeah, it's like she loses her target. But she's still standing by me. She's just derping. Now you need to win. No one will tell you different. Yeah, they do. They get really confused. I don't understand why. Brainwash and worship waifus? Shouldn't be too hard. I mean, they're waifus. At what point is a waifu bad? Oh yeah, they don't want to fight. It's Poppet that's a monster. She wants to fight everybody. They were just doing their thing, you know, just wandering around, you know, warehouse at night, or the toy store at night, and Poppet comes along and starts beating them up. She's a bully. Let no one tell you different. Poppet's a total bully. Honestly, the forward thing makes very little sense. I'm almost like move towards player is just better. Move towards target. Move away from target. Pretty much. We might be the baddies. I mean, Poppet could easily be a baddie. You don't know she's a goodie. I mean, who told you she was even good in the first place? Like, really? Like... I'd rather be the villain than the hero. Yee. But that's kind of in the name, so, you know, I'm just saying. Kind of obvious, you know, we're saying villain, not the hero. It's a brand, you see. Some of us, you know, we gotta keep our brand here. I think I wanted to back up less than this. Maybe like back up like that. Maybe she could just jump backwards too. Originally I had her jump backwards and not dash, but walk backwards. Maybe we reinstitute that. Is she jumping at all anywhere? She does jump at a distance. I always want to be the villain. I don't care if even if I'm a mentor or not, I still want to be the villain at all times. Being the hero? Nah. People expect the hero to save the day. The villain just gets to mess things up and leave the, you know, job for the hero to fix. That's right. You thought you were the villain, but I was the villain all along. That'd be hilarious. Literally, you know, it's a... You think there's a bunch of heroes going after some villain, and in the end they turn out to be the ones who were trying to, you know, who were the really evil thing, and the villain was, you know, got one up. Like, they were both scumbags, it's just that one of them was more scumbag. That attack should be faster. Her problem is she's going after something that isn't there. That's her issue. Like, she runs away to something that's not there, and she's not even told to run away anymore. I wonder if the face the player thingy is wrong? It's possible this code is trash. A lot of my code is trash, so, you know, it's fine. Like, I always just accepted that the face them mechanic was somehow, code was good, but maybe it's terrible. I mean, it does face them, but when they're moving around... Maybe it's causing the weird directions. This character needs so much work. Oh yeah, I mean, if you're gonna be a villain, you might as well make the heroes work as much as you can. You gotta give them something to do, otherwise heroes get bored. I don't know if you know this. Really, villains are just doing a good deal, you know? They're doing a good deed. Giving the heroes something to do with their time. Some of these attacks are half-baked. See this now. Also, her little nubs are gone on her head, which makes me sad. I don't know where her nubs went. When she jumps, they're gone, but oh, when they appear again, but... Hmm... Hmm... I don't remember Dr. Octopus from the 007 OG series, but it's not surprising. I'm not too good with the 007 lore. I'll be right back. 1 second. Yeah, well, proactiveness is bad, right? Who wants to be proactive, right? No, really not, but a lot of stuff is, yeah. Stories when I was younger are much better than stories now. Stories now are usually a bunch of wimpy dudes that kind of just get bossed around and everything, and they're terrible. No real heroes in a lot of the stories I see. Well, unless they're from Japan, but then there's usually nobodies who are given like wish fulfillment because they're isekais. Terrible. Octopussy? Ah, okay. Back when Bond had real names for things, not little wimpy names. Champion names. Okay, there you go. I was gonna say that I didn't realize 007 had a Dr. Octopus, so I was like, wait, what? Makes sense, yes. Doc Octopus from Spider-Man. That's the one I know anyway. Definitely tries to actually spin back on the ops instead of just waiting for them. The villains every time. I mean, I always maintain that people like, you know, Batman and like really are actually not helping. They're doing nothing because all they do is, you know, lock up the same person who gets out every other week, you know, and that person kills a huge amount of people. So why didn't Batman just kill the Joker? Because if Batman killed the Joker, he would have saved tens of thousands of people. But he doesn't, because he's an idiot. and has no concept of morality in general. It's stupid. Like literally, it's like a soldier in a war, and you're like, oh, I'm just gonna go ahead and, you know, let this one bad guy and the other guy live like that, and it'll be fine. Because it's completely justifiable that this person who's literally melting people's faces with this weird Joker stuff is okay to just put away so he can do it again. Oh wait, he got out again. How many times has he broken out of Arkham at this point? It's like you already know what's gonna happen. Yeah, they do nothing. It's like, the reason why they don't kill them is and they'd have nothing to do. Batman and Superman are the real villains. They sit there and let these like weaker little villains, you know, do their thing so they can show me heroes and do these things. But if they didn't have that, what would they even do? Batman could end his entire, you know, like comic book series in like a month if he just hunted down all his villains and killed them. Oh yeah. Which is so stupid because Superman's killed lots of people along the way, but, you know, suddenly he kills one incredibly horrible person and now he turns into Homelander? Really? That's right, Batman's being paid to release the Joker. Publicity stunt? Exactly. Yeah, I love Injustice. It's great. I think the Injustice games had a better story than the comics, though. If you ever want, look up the Injustice game movies. The ones that were made for the Mortal Kombat style games are from the same company. They're much better, much better than the actual animated thing they made. It's a good theory, mister. It really is. Yeah, it's just... After a while, it's just dumb. It's just like, you really could have just solved all these problems, but every time you let them out, more people die. I get you want a job so you have some reason to prance around and, you know, spandex, but maybe help a bit? Yep. Amanda Waller was right. I can get behind Amanda Waller so often. She just uses them. She doesn't even care. She's like, whatever. Yeah. And then the thing that's great, if you've ever seen Creature Commandos, the whole story behind Creature Commandos was Amanda Waller was told she couldn't use, you know, the villains anymore because they're human and they have rights. So what did she do? She found a whole bunch of monsters, captured them, and started using them instead. And I was just like, yes. So that's her whole reason. She said, well, I couldn't use the others. They didn't say I couldn't use these. And I'm just like, she's right. What a champion. Oh yeah, Batman's like secretly killed lots of people along the way. I'm sure they'll be fine in all the horrible ways that they get knocked off cliffs and, you know, hits and just hit by all these weird, ridiculous gadgets. And who knows? I'm sure all of them lived 100%. You're just like... Now, when I played the Batman Arkham games, I was finding ways to accidentally kill people. Oh, yeah, Creature Commandos. It's awesome. I don't think it's going to probably get a second season because I don't think it had any real popularity. I mean, because who the hell even heard of it? I heard it by accident. It was good. I mean, it's literally Suicide Squad, but Amanda Waller was told she couldn't use villains anymore, so she decided to use monsters instead. It's literally that. I'm not even joking. That's the actual story. It's literally the Suicide Squad, but with monsters. And okay, and Harley Quinn's not part of the team for once. Freaking yay! And I even like the Suicide Squad, so I mean, like, you know, but still. So I think the new Suicide Squad movie was much better than the old one. Polka Dot Man, yeah. Get him, Polka Dot Man. Yeah. I freaking hate Batman and Superman so much. So much. I wish they'd stop cramming them into everything under the sun. Because there's a lot of cool there's a lot of cool DC characters out there, but it seems like they have to cram one of them into every single thing. They did play the best Joker. Yeah, like a really good example of them cramming Batman into things. If you've ever seen Justice League Dark, they take a whole bunch of magic characters, such as Zatanna and Constantine, and put them like a team. and they go like solve a bunch of things like that, you know, and solve a problem basically. But they just have to include Batman because Batman. And then the next one, they actually join Justice League, Justice League Dark Apocalypse War. And again, now you have to deal with the entire Justice League there. But thankfully, in Apocalypse War, they like almost all of them die in the start of the thing there because it takes like 5 seconds to figure this out. It's great. It's super fun because then there's like a whole bunch of movie where you know how it has to end. They have to fix time because you can't kill off anybody without, you know, Deus Ex Machina it back to, you know, with time travel or a different universe or something. But at least you get to see Batman and Superman die. Worth. Actually, not really die. Okay, I guess they get messed up. Most of Justice League dies and it feels good. Enjoyed. Hey, serves an important purpose to try to get people in seats for other lower ranked DC characters. Never watched single Injustice stuff? You definitely should. It is great. Like I say, look up the Injustice movies on. Actually, I think it's fine. Let's see. Justice game movie. Yeah, you should post to there. Yeah, that's the first Injustice game movie. I guess I'll post to both of them since I'm on both these things and I can't post to both chats. Restream like that. And it's I can mute it, I guess. But, you know, you can see them actually do a whole thing like that, animated and everything, and except for it's a Mortal Kombat game, well, kind of Mortal Kombat, and they just go through a huge story on it, and it's very worth the watch. I linked it. Anyway. Let's see here. I don't know, is there a weird hang up about backing up the ops? Otherwise, he'd just be Punisher and a back cost. It's fair. I mean, Superman also serves the same role of having a weird hang up. Robert Pattinson plays new Bat reboot. I find that insult. Yeah, that's the guy from Twilight, right? Get it. Hey Matt, how's it going? We're just discussing Injustice and how they made a game for it. The same people made Mortal Kombat, and the cutscene movie is better than the actual Injustice animated thing they made. There's an Injustice 2 cutscene movie as well. Oh, pretty good. I was working on the thing, then we got to discussing comics instead. And why nobody likes Batman or Superman. Personally, I'd rather watch like Constantine and Zatanna pal around. That's way more exciting to me. Yeah, well, they have like the same problem. It's essentially they believe that if they allow themselves to kill, then they'll, you know, never stop. Yeah, I mean, they're dull. They get crammed into everything. Like, they'd be fine if they weren't everywhere. Like, I don't really have a problem with the characters overall. I just hate that they're in everything. Like, it's okay to deviate a little bit, you know? Use some of the other characters. Anyone, I don't care. Just not those two. Seriously, DC has plenty of characters. Tell me about someone else. Don't care. Anyone. Yeah, it's just oversaturation. Like, I'll watch like Ratcatcher or something. We saw her in like the Suicide Squad movie. She might have been fun. I like that because it was just a bunch of people I'd never heard of. And Deadshot and Harley Quinn, but whatever. Remember the Batman Superman in the 90s, 2000s era? Yep. Yeah, story after I didn't care for it. Yeah, that's true. There definitely were better ones then. I definitely think that. Yeah, that was probably the last time I liked Batman. Yeah, Spider-Man's Marvel, so. And Spider-Man is way more interesting than Batman and Superman because, how best to put it? He's fun. There you go. Like he at least has a sense of humor about it. I mean, he just does his thing like that. I mean, he doesn't make a big point of him not killing, but you don't really see him kill people for the most part. Like he might have killed people along the way, but he does kind of the same thing, but he doesn't harp on it. He's not like a tortured soul. He's just like enjoying his thing, fighting the criminals, you know, like that. And he's about as effective as Batman and Superman, and his criminals keep getting out, so he's just as worthless, but okay. You know, at least he's fun about it. Miss Static Shock? Haven't heard that name in forever. I remember seeing it exist as a kid. I wasn't really a big fan myself, but at least it's someone different. I thought they were going to make a remake of it. I could have sworn they said they were going to. Yeah, but the thing about Deadpool is at least Deadpool makes me laugh. And Deadpool's been in mostly just, you know, a few Deadpool movies, and that's it. Like, he doesn't really see much in anything else. He hasn't been in, like, every other property that DC has released, like, you know, Batman and Superman, where they just have to cram him in. I think that's really the difference. Yeah, exactly, Mike. Everyone just knows Batman's origin story. It's just, it's dumb. I'm tired of seeing it. I recently saw it in that horrible Harley Quinn animated series. Okay, I like comic book stuff, but oh my god. That's because I watched Kite Man Hell Yeah, and that actually turned out to be pretty good. That was surprisingly fun and enjoyable. So I was like, well, these same people made the Harley Quinn series. Maybe that one's good. No, it's horrible. It's some of the worst things I've seen in ages. It's not funny. It's not clever. Their stories aren't interesting. It's mostly just them doing random crap the whole time and them trying to set up a lesbian love story. But it's a canon lesbian love story, at least. There's that, because, you know, Harley Ivy is in the comics. But yeah, it's just... They brought Matt Ryan to play Cancer Constantine show series. Put in, you know, yeah, that was awesome. I was happy when he joined. Oh gosh, what are they called? Legends of Tomorrow. Those are the best seasons of Legends of Tomorrow. Oh my god, the Bebo fight. If you know, you know. And if you don't know about the Bebo fight from that, you should look it up. I'm just saying. Oh yeah, he was a character for multiple seasons. That was awesome. Then they got rid of everyone and turned it into a girl power show, and it was terrible. Everyone was just a female version of a previous character. It was dumb. Said a few times about the Static Shock thing? Probably, yeah. Whoever comes to see knowledge ends with Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, Punisher? That's fair. I'm just a comic book fan. Oh, it's... Huh. That's fair. Yeah, Legends of Tomorrow was like the best. They just... It was really, really good. I think when, I think the show was at its peak when they also had Nora on the team. Right at that point there, I believe they pretty much had all the best characters, and then after that they canned everybody and just replaced them with a bunch of female knockoffs of the characters, and I couldn't watch anymore. They actually did a better Crisis on Infinite Earths than the animated thing they released recently. Okay, I didn't even make it through the animated Crisis on Infinite Earths. It was a disjointed mess. I saw the first of the two movies and I couldn't take it. I'm like, this is so bad. And I'm just going to go ahead and scroll social media while we're watching this because it's so boring. I don't know how they made it so boring. Oh god, there was 3? Fine. Make it through 1. I haven't been so disappointed since they did the Wonder Woman remake, because they did an animated Wonder Woman remake where it was mostly just some random black woman who was on the screen like 90% of the time, who was just like this fat, pudgy thing that just kept whining and complaining. I'm like, I'm here for Wonder Woman. And she made a point of saying she was black a lot, so that's why we're going to describe her that way, because that was, I can't name her, but I can tell you what she said about herself. What? It was horrible. Yeah, basically like the first girlfriend character in Invincible. It's literally that character, but crammed into a different show about Wonder Woman. I was like, why? So I have a strategy now that I employ whenever a show gets awful because they have terrible characters on the screen, I just fast forward until those characters aren't on the screen anymore. That's it. That's my strategy. If those characters keep staying, I keep fast forwarding until they aren't. If we get to the end of the show, I guess the show is done. That's it. I did that with Invincible, the first half of the first season. I'm just like, oh, it's her again. Nope, 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 nope. Right past her. The show got a lot better in short order. When I watched The Last of Us show and they had a whole show about those two gay guys that had nothing to do with anything, I just started fast forwarding. I'm like, this is fine. This is an hour and 10 minutes of my life I'll never get back. That's the length of this episode. Fast forward, fast forward, fast forward. I'm like, whenever Joel and Ellie end up back on the screen, we can talk again. No, 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 no. 5 minutes of the end thing. There they are. Okay, that was what was relevant. Getting more and more common. And then they go off on a tangent about something that doesn't matter in the show. I'm like, nope. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, if those characters were relevant to a show, I'd watch. Like, I remember just going with The Last of Us again, and Ellie has a whole backstory episode where she's like, you know, got some lesbian lover. I watched all that because it's relevant, because it's Ellie who is one of the main characters for that show. It's almost kind of interesting to see the past stuff. But right? Here, my mouth. So now I think that whenever I see Batman on the screen, I'm just going to start fast forwarding. He's fallen into that category. I just can't take any more Batman. I just can't. Good. I don't want to see it anymore. I'm tired of it. You win. No more Batman. Yeah. Hey, what other comic books I've seen recently? Basically, at this point now, I'm pretty much sold on a lot of comic book things as long as it's not Batman. Wow, now there's a throwback. Yeah, I actually saw a portion of it. And you know what I also did? Not terribly long ago, probably a couple years back. I looked at the last episode. I did that with a lot of shows when I was growing up as a kid. I came back, you know, recently in like the last handful of years and said, how did it end? Right? Because they used to show these shows on TV, right? And you never knew the order they were in, so you never got to know if you'd ever see the end. So I looked. I'm just saying. Something fun to do. Every show you ever watched as a kid or whatever, or as a teen or like that, go see what the ending is. Right? Some shows turned out to be way better than expected when I went back to look back at some of them. Some of them were just as bad as I expected. But yeah, I remember seeing that. I don't super remember the story of it. And if I had to watch it now, it probably would suck. Probably. I was gonna edit that. Cause I'm using it somewhere else. We ain't even gonna gamble on this one. We're just gonna do this. Show the collision. Some of these tracks in this Humble Bundle sound so much like other music I've heard. But it's YouTube safe. Like cheap knockoff music. Wonderful. Do I do it this way? Probably not. Fine. Complex it is. You win. Yeah, so it sounds like something cheap knockoffs of other tracks. I'm like, this sounds almost kind of cool. Like, but this sounds like something else. Okay. I can walk on top of this and it'll be all cool. I'll be able to run around on it, be all cool. I need to actually fix all the collision on this thing. Everything is absolutely terrible. I can't get anywhere near it. I blame these teddy bears. I don't know if I could ever get the collision good on this either. Well, that's like the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. That collision is... wow. Might as well put it inside of a block at that point. Okay, never mind. Not a fan of complex collision necessarily. It is a little more intensive, but in some cases it's actually not more intensive. With the rest of these two. Not even sure why I kept this little stand here. I don't even like it that much, but whatever. Yeah. Well, that's the secret of the Windows. It's working too good, so they have to fix it by making it work less good. And then one day you'll hopefully upgrade to Windows 11. And by upgrade, I mean downgrade, because that's what they want you to do by making Windows 10 terrible. And if you already have Windows 11, well, you got suckered. I mean, nothing. Windows 11 is amazing. This is probably close enough, question mark. Well, this already has a collision on it. Ooh. Makes sense. It's supposed to be climbable. What are you hitting? Do these balloons just have the worst collision ever? Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, they do. Should I even bother with anything besides a complex collision on this? Like, are we really going to waste our time there? Now we might give it a shot. Just seeing what that looks like, it might not be a good idea. We'll take one look at it and see what it looks like. See if we can even pull it off. Pretty much, yeah. I wait until they force me to update it. Even then, I want to switch to Linux, but at the same time, then I would have to have Windows to test for how the games would run on Windows, since, well, basically everyone and their grandmother has a Windows machine, and basically no one has a Linux machine. I don't think this would even work the way I want it to. Nah. We're just sucking it up on this one, and just gonna live with it. I know I'll make these bigger at some point. And I want you to be able to jump on them, and I can't have you sticking a foot clean through it or something weird like that. I'm definitely going to put the second chapter on a different map. I think every time you switch chapters, it's going to switch maps. Well, they have a Steam OS. It's on the Steam Deck. Started out, been out for a while. It's still Linux though, so I mean, you know. And here's the thing: it's not that Linux can't run most of the games, because so far they can. It's actually a lot of the side programs that don't run very well. Well, you can install it on a PC if you want. It's available. I don't know why you would, but you could. Yeah, like the problem with Linux is that you can't really run a lot of things very well. Like things like Daz don't even run on it. You can, with certain things, you can try to make it work, but you lose a lot of features. There's lots of little side programs, like I have like AI voice changers that don't even run on it, and I've never found a way to get them to run. Well, little programs people make that just I can't get to run. That kind of sucks. And then you have like, you know, Unreal Engine where you're getting, like now they do compile for it, but you're getting like a version that's way, like it's not as up to date, and they don't really test it as well, which is pretty bad because they don't test this one very well from what I can tell. But most importantly, you really just can't test your games for Windows without installing Windows. But I might actually switch at some point to Linux again. I don't know. It would depend. And she doesn't load on Linux? That's fair. There are online games that ban you for using Linux. I've seen that before because they think you're using like an anti-cheat thingy instead, and it's actually just Linux. And you're like, cool, neat. I remember last time there was like 3 programs I couldn't get to run no matter what I did. They were important. I think that's why I switched back. I was using Mint at the time. I tried Ubuntu as well. What am I hitting? It's like there's an extra collision hidden in here somewhere that I just can't quite deal with. Yeah, I can't go past this point. That's bizarre. Huh. Yeah, we got Banda for that. It's fair. Yeah, it turns out that it doesn't benefit you to use the fringe software very often. Obviously. Complex. That one's not even close. Complex. Also complex. What in the world is even on here that's still able to block me? Huh. And they banned you for that, huh? Damn. That is rough. Yes, indeed. That's the problem. All these automated systems, I mean, they don't know. So, you know, they just assume you're a problem and get rid of you because so few people use it that it doesn't even matter to them. Whatever. Don't care. Nice. Yeah, overall, I didn't actually even hate Linux. If it wasn't for a handful of programs, I would probably still use it. Actually, if it wasn't for Daz. Stupid Daz ruins everything. Yeah, it's easy. As. It's the software I use to make my characters usually. Yeah. I mean, it's basically just like the ultimate character creator. You can do a lot to edit the things stuff too, but it mostly makes your job real easy because you could easily design a character by simply just moving a bunch of sliders. And every time I get new stuff for it, it adds more sliders. You can also mix and match parts and just chop pieces up. There's geometry editors too if you really want to do it. Change out materials, edit materials, you do whatever you want really. But in the simplest terms, you could just use it like a character creator. And yeah, every time a new thing gets added to it, it just adds more sliders. And I remember laughing because there's something like, I think over 60 breast sliders or something because of all the different, every time I get a new female model, it adds more of them. I'm like, guys, I think we figured it out. There's probably enough sliders here. It's not more of them. Game ready is a strong term there. You know, maybe you could make them game ready. You can pipe them over in there. There's a transfer thingy so you can move directly over. But you're probably going to want to do some amount of optimization. And I do some optimization already. I mean, Poppet's more optimized than you think. She could be more optimized. I mean, I haven't... what I need to go through is remove all of the portions of her body under the outfit because there's no need for it. So, I mean, like the outfit covers the whole thing like that. There's no real need for me to have sections you couldn't see normally. Same thing with Tinka. Like, again, you probably wouldn't want that necessarily. Plus, sometimes when they load in, they don't always load in the clothing in the right order. I've seen that happen a few times. Eventually it loads, but for a brief instant, you might see something that's... And as models are anatomically correct. Well, I mean, the women have breasts. It's just very simple. They do. So, I need to remove that because it's extra polygons that don't need to be used, you know, or actually triangles that don't need to be used. And goodness knows Poppet needs some updating big time. I thought about having different outfits on her, but the reality of the matter is, I have a really hard time getting the outfit to move with the Poppet. And mostly her sleeves don't move very well with her. Like it doesn't stay where it really does well. It kind of works, but women's outfits are way too like proofy. Like there's just too much to them, and it's not like a guy's outfits where you just change out a shirt and pants and you're good. Female characters are incredibly rounded in a lot of places, which makes it have a lot of collision issues. And so I don't know, I'm probably not gonna do multiple outfits for Poppet, even though I wouldn't mind doing that. I don't know, I have to figure out if it's even okay to use that stuff on stream, because I mean, I've watched Jed work on female characters that are, you know, as he's building them in Blender, and those are naked. So is that fine? Could I then use that on stream? I don't want to get banned for using it, basically, is what I'm saying. So up until this point, I've just basically built all my dad's work off stream because I don't want to get banned using it. Just don't. Yeah, anyway, as for Daz, like, if you want to use this stuff in a game, there's like an extra fee to use stuff. However, if you just want to do renders and make 2D version assets to use, it's actually just free. And the best thing to do, let me go to one where I'm not logged in. because you won't be able to see it otherwise. So you go here, right? And you go and sort by, yeah, whatever, I don't care. Low to high, right? And there's all these free assets that are available, and they change them out all the time, so. And like I say, if you're just using renders in your games for 2D stuff, it's free. Yeah, it's definitely iffy what I do with it. So that's why I've really gone away from it. But yeah, as you can see, the free thingies go on to the next page and they add new ones all the time, so. It goes way down here. They change, so. Well, obviously these are free, but. So. You just keep showing up there and collecting the free stuff all the time, and eventually you'll have the ability to have a whole army of 2D thingies. Yeah, that's why I haven't crossed the gray line. That's exactly why I've stayed away from what I like to commonly refer to as doll-only fans here. I mean, you can use it for not, you know, well, sex-related things, but I'm gonna go ahead and let you know a secret. I think most people use it for that. But it does have really good game character capabilities like that, and if you stack your discounts like crazy, you can get the stuff for good rates, but if you don't stack the discounts, it's not great. But if you just collect the free stuff over time. Oh yeah. That's kind of the problem with Twitch, is a lot of the people who are deciding who gets banned are clearly the same people who are shopping at OnlyFans, because the OnlyFans girls will get banned for like nothing, like, for like 24 hours for being completely nude or whatever, or having sex on the stream. And then they just right back. It's like, okay, well, I don't think they learned their lesson. But Twitch also makes a bunch of money off them, so I see why Twitch doesn't ban them. Because Twitch wants money, and they're a company that wants money, so, you know, that's the thing. I'll back to the person there. So, I mean, it's hard to fault them in that regard, but it's definitely not an equal justice system here. It is most certainly not. I've seen plenty of people banned for reasons that are just insane, and their bans are permanent. Hell, even just talking about it. If I discover that I'm no longer on Twitch after just talking about it, you'll understand exactly why. He said we go shop at OnlyFans. Ban him. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know, I haven't wanted to cross that line with Daz. It's just such a dangerous thing to bring on stream. Accidental nudity happens all the time when, you know, collisions happen wrong and things like that. I work with only female characters for the most part, since I'm making all these dolls. Sometimes not female characters, but I need a lot of female characters for this particular story to work out, so that's just how it is. So, eh. Arrange a business meeting for tomorrow, because well, this doesn't pay the bills, so I need to rethink this whole how it moves thing. I don't know about these here. Wait, what? I think moving target is messed up. I think that where I have her run away like this is probably unnecessary. Let me up the randomness on this a little more. Make it like a 50-50. At that point, it'd just be two of them. Why am I even making extra choices? Like, it's just one or the other, right? Maybe she just moves a bit to the sides and not as much. I presume that she was supposed to face the player here and that would be the thing. But she doesn't really stay facing the player. It's not like a true strafe, unfortunately, I think. Seems like the jump one is better. You have them face the player and then to it. Oops. I'm on the NPC, I don't want that. You know, I don't even really need a move direction macro, right? All I needed was just move direction in the thingy because it's already a function. That'll make life a lot easier. I'm just dumb. I just copied the macro from each thing going, oh, it's a macro, it's so good. Is it though? Do I really need to add extra crap in here, or can I just make my life easier in every future one by doing exactly the same thing? Just having move direction and just copy pasting everything that I want in here. I mean, it won't necessarily be faster now. I have to redo all of them. So in the future, I might not do that. I think I'm just going to leave it as it is right now because I don't want to redo all of them. But I realized I accomplished very little by doing what I did. For some of these, it just seems like they need to be less distance. This is already pretty close here, so we'll make our move speed much faster on those. Oh. Hey, you too, mister. Sleep well, and thanks for dropping by. Good luck with tomorrow and getting up early. I do not envy you. If I'm up before the crack of noon, I did something wrong with my life. Maybe this will work by tomorrow. Maybe. What you doing? You just bored? You're sitting here? Yeah? You don't want to fight anymore? You gave up? I'm gonna stand over here. You got performance anxiety over there? Is that what's happening? I should shrink this weapon too. Yeah, she just stops. I don't know what's causing it. Default to this. Move to location or actor. Lock-all logic is defaulted. Use pathfinding. Continuous goal tracking is not. Yeah, let's put it back on those. Maybe these aren't that great. I used to do a goal actor, but now I just find the player's location and move to that, which is maybe not as good, honestly. Maybe the goal actor is better. Maybe I want a different movement for that. That's possible, actually. Or they just move to the target. Because I remember it working better when it was just the target. So I think that might be a change that gets made in a second. I need to fix the Fool so it actually has a less of a hit size because it's obviously too big. You're spinning over there, huh? You doing your thing? You need to be way more aggressive than this. This is just unacceptable. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do, instead of getting the move location here, well, the way this is set up, this one here too, is like the opposite direction from away from the player. I guess this is not really any different. I mean, the other one, I guess, will continuously track the player's location. Which is probably better. Guess I could test it. It'd only be good for the one, though, since move away from target wouldn't actually do that. Alright, let's do this. Open to the exact same system. So the main reason for changing this up was that I could actually double up things, right? So up close, she could be like, do a move and a move too. Like she could do micro moves or things. Well, this has a target name thing. I don't care about the target name. I don't think I'm gonna keep Mini Pop in here. I took her kind of out because she was working so badly. You know, I need alcohol. What am I doing? How am I alcohol? I'm gonna do AI. I might as well be, you know, intoxicated. Right back. All right, creativity enhancer required. Yes, yes, indeed. The most creativity, the most enhancement. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and swap off of this thing. I don't need this crap. I guess if I have a macro, then I can ever do something special in the macro, so it's maybe a little better. I'm not sure if move direction is what I want. I think jump might be better. I can also give her different attacks too. Like I say, the whole point of doing this is that I could do this. The distance we're talking at here? Close range being less than 600, that is close. We can make her a brawler. Let's also give her other attacks, right? Because I haven't really given her a lot of attacks yet, and I have plenty of attacks to use, and it takes nothing to add a new attack. I just mostly want the attacks here. Run forward attack doesn't make too much sense. Ah. I'm just gonna decide just do that. That's what she's using. We've got a range attack. Like a sweep with it, right? Yeah. Sweep. The difference between like her and Patrick is Patrick has his own special skeleton. I can't just grab every animation under the sun. But Voodoo has just a regular dad skeleton, so she can use all kinds of crap. It's really easy to make it, work off the UE skeleton. Girl Poppet has a dad skeleton, and she works perfect. Even she's in the motion matching. So we'll use a sweep one up close as an option. I'm gonna keep both open, but I guess not. Yeah, switching strings, right? That's fine. Is the ground pound any different? Well, I guess I get each one different. This changes the damage amount. Why can't I just put that in here and just redo them so that they're part of the same, right? What am I doing? Not a better idea. Because I could just make an enum. I think I should call it an enum. Maybe I'll rename it to enum. Just so I remember, because just E could easily be so many things. I think I'd rather just be enum. Because I can't switch like that, huh? That's weird. What am I doing? Oh, it's the message thingy, so I have to change that up onto that. Sure. It does have her own interface. I figure as a boss, she deserves her own interface. You know what? Weird. Usually if you just drag something and connect it, that's weird. Here it is not letting me do so. I guess I could just set the enum as well, but I kind of want to set it on like a macro or something. I think I can do this here. I can do it there, that's all that matters. Well, not quite all that matters. I'm gonna put these on graphs. Well, the macro can just set, and then up here I can just swap on a switch on this thing here, so it doesn't even matter. I do. Oh yeah, that's why I can't do it there. Attack target is on the NPC. That's why I can't change it. I'm done. That's fine. Oh, blue attack. And this way I could actually add it there if I want, and that's fine. That's what the problem was. I was like, wait a minute. This code is old, needs to be majorly changed. That's okay. Alright, I can just move this down. That should be fine. And now I can just do an attack. I can move way more. She's my guinea pig, if you will. What I'm trying to accomplish with all these. She needs a lot of work. But a lot of these macros seem highly unnecessary. I'm just going to here and I just start swapping everything as I see fit. It's fine, base attack's okay. Do I even want to set the target actor? I don't think I do. It's not that one. Is this even connected up to anything, or is this crap? I need a target actor. Basic attack has nothing unique in it. I think the ground pound had something in it, but what? Changes the damage amount there. I probably just put damage amounts on each of these. Actually, this one doesn't have a weapon. That's why it has a damage amount. The others might do something different too, but I'd have to change on the weapon, make it more complicated. I don't know how I'm gonna do that necessarily yet. I mean, I have ideas, but ideas aren't quite the same. Now I can just recycle this and not do the rest of it. I guess enum does make it a lot easier than having a bunch of macros. I don't know why I'm so reticent to make enums, but there's no reason not to. Just having to type things. What you doing, lady? Being stopped right here. So somehow she managed to end an attack without a reset. Right to close her at them. Might have a use for this track. Like almost 60 tracks in here. Actually, you have 60 tracks. Okay, somewhere in here, phase one, she can end a thing without a reset. I need to remove all the extra macros just in case. You know, this should just be an enum as well. I'll have to change a bunch if I make that an enum. In the future, it'll be a lot easier, I suppose. I'll have to go change it on every single character if I do that. Wait, I don't want to do that? That's a lot. Or do I need to do it now? I'll never have to type left, right, or whatever again. True. Oh, I'm gonna do a bunch of changing things anyway to improve stuff. That's normally not a big fan of the sweeping changes, but it's gonna be a bunch of changes I do later too, so. Right. Forwards. Boots. Target. Way. I was only 4, but it might have more later. Right. Just one type. Actually, I should just restructure this and remove this one. Less typing, more just clicking a button to get what I want. I forgot random. No, I tell it to refresh all nodes. I was expecting that, but actually, wait. Move direction. I'm going to set a default acceptable radius. No, there we go. I don't need a macro. I can just literally use this for all of them. If he just moves, I think I'll move like more of a distance. If all of these have 2, why don't we just have 4 options? Oh, whatever, I might change it up so that there's like even more options depending upon how it goes. I'll do that just twice the distance. I want to get rid of this macro anyway, so. Seems only fitting that I do it now and get it over with. I don't know if I need this many graphs. It's how much I want to change her, things like that, or I can make her just... I can work under the thing where she has a totally different attack pattern, or I can just add to the attack pattern with more things that are obnoxious. Definitely have to see what I do on this one here. Yeah, but the night always starts out very quiet and then it just gets so much more active. This is a start. I can see those. Now the move direction thing is on all of them now because on the NPC, so I don't got to make the macro for all of them. I don't know why I didn't just use that in the first place. Seems kinda dumb. I'll break this and leave it in location until I want to find it later. So I can find them later. That's all I want. I haven't played the other blueprints, so I'm much working on this one at a time. I'll have to go fix them all though. They're all gonna need to be switched to the new move and jump things, but I'm going to do so many more enemies and not having to type, you know, each direction all the time will be very helpful. Didn't really break that time. That's good to know. I think my new strategies are getting a little better for how they're done here. I'll switch the special attacks to their own thing too, and I'll have an enum for them to make it easier on me. Because why not? I'm not sure what I'm going to do about these other ones here. I almost want to redo these because I don't even like them. I'm gonna do some changes to the other ones, I guess. Just kind of fix them up a bit. What's her actions? I never even got rid of her actions. Like I said, today is basically AI all across the board. So good times. I'm gonna do a random roll to see how often these things happen instead of connecting them like this. This does, like, you know, small percentages, and small percentages isn't too bad. I guess it's not a big difference. Other than I need to make a whole bunch of them if I want to do those instead of just rolling it. I don't know if that's any faster. Oops, why did I delete those anyway? Thankfully, this character is not that hard to finish. It really doesn't have very much it does. Moves and occasionally jumps. That's kind of about it. It has an attack thingy, but all that's getting changed. I can also put an easy reset on them where they go, okay, well, you know, if after like 5 tries or something it's not working, then reset. That might be somebody in the future too. Not about now, but it's definitely a future idea. They just didn't have a reset action, do they? Oh, I see the other graph. Just needs to move direction, so you didn't have an attack. Oh, she doesn't even have a reset action. That's just like a all new one, huh? Sure. This really is me unifying and simplifying my AI amongst all the different versions of crap I've had because it just needs it. It so needs it. Can't believe I thought the other way was better for some reason. Definitely a quieter night. Maybe we start out really quiet. She doesn't need an actions graph anymore. Just be the new actions graph. I'm sure I'll refine this there. Probably. Maybe. Sure. He doesn't even have a movement thing, does he yet? Haven't included it yet? No. Good, I don't need him yet. I have to get rid of these because I don't have any set crap and never will again. Oh, has nothing, right? Oh, she's just playing with morph targets. She doesn't have any kind of anything useful besides morph targets. Charlotte does, though. Something acceptable with like 500 or something is probably better. Close enough. So does the execute do on it? This is weird. I'm gonna take a slight break before I do more of this stuff because it's kind of tedious work and I do all the characters to adjust them to that. Now I gotta adjust them all to the new AI thingy anyway. It's gonna be a long road. Way too many characters. But we'll get to that in a bit. Bye bye. And it's the perfect night for me to munch food because not many people watch until much later. And while munching food, because why not? And get back to fixing things. Maybe it's Charlotte. Ugh. He doesn't even move, so it's irrelevant. I mean, they're not even in the game yet, but that's fine. They'll be eventually there. Fine, save so it lets me do this. Remember to not copy paste. You have an attack? Oh yeah, the emotion thingy. Oh, that's fine. I'm just gonna move it up here for now. I think all these are the same action, so. There's just concept that works anyway, so no. Ah, no way, exactly what I want to see. Less I gotta do right now, the better. Any pop, huh? He's obviously a mess. I used a cut command, but I didn't look like I did. I did. Like the most tedious thing ever, going back through every one of these and swapping stuff out, but I do need to fix this system a bit. Definitely could use it. The taunt thingy there, I'm going to keep it for later. This two I'll keep. Character's still work in progress, but I'm not going to work on them right now. I just wanted to move the crap I didn't need. Get it more in line with everyone else. Sorry about this graph. Actually perfect. I will leave those for the moment. I don't think this one even had anything on it. Not even sure I'm gonna use it because I don't really care. And that stuff needs to be changed. Perfect, I don't care. Just the stuff that's broken. That's a conversation. Perfect, I don't care. Oh, this one's. I think our first two phases are the same as Patrick's, so probably should just fix Patrick and copy him over for her. Yeah, they look the same. And her whole purpose is just to be 2/3 of Patrick anyway. tedious thing where you gotta replace every single one of these things. Should fix a lot of problems though, so hopefully. If it doesn't fix any problems, well, at least it's a function that they all have now, and I don't gotta make a macro that's different for each one. I really should work on the keep it simple, stupid strategy for, you know, doing this, because the more different moves you give them, the more boring they become. You know, like they'll start faffing about and not doing what you want. Not really much of a fan of that. No. Actually, I want the acceptable radius to be 550. Oops. Specifically 550. I thought it was just a mistype that I copied and pasted a bunch. No. Not at all. With those two, I can just go over to Patricia here and copy paste those two straight over. Works for me. Fixes her. Not so much Patrick. We're working on him. We'll get there. Funny part, we want to go to do all this and test it and watch everything just explode. It'll happen. But in the long run, since I've only made maybe like 10 to 12 enemies and I'm going to need to make like over 100, I'll be thankful that I did this now and not later. Once I have these basically redone here, I'm going to go and chain attacks a lot more than I was doing before. I wasn't chaining them at all, and now I can. One last move direction to deal with. Hey Lippus, how's it going? I'm in a massive code rework right now for all the AI stuff. Not as much in food while I was doing it because basically like no one was watching, so I was like, well, perfect time to bunch of food, which is why the camera's on. Yeah. Going well enough. Doing all the usual stuff. Mm-hmm. Thanks for the sub, Mig11C. How's it going? Yeah, I gotta rework Patrick and all these other ones there, and it's into the new system without the actions option, and using a new system with where I just have the things on the NPC themselves. So everybody has them out to make macros for everything. I haven't touched Unreal for 2 days? That's weird. How do you even do that? What's that even like? character's kind of a mess. I guess it doesn't even have a projectile to fire. I might keep the aggro code. I don't know, it doesn't matter. Return 5, pretty much. Oh, touch me, Unreal Senpai. Oh, bye. Pretty much. If only you can be like, help me, Unreal Senpai, I'm stuck. And have it actually do something useful. Not what you would expect. Ugh. That's fair. I use macros a lot too, except for that, well, I use them less than functions, but the problem with macros is they don't do the parent-child thing, so if the parent has a macro, the children don't have the macro. Not how it works. So here I'm using a function that's sitting on the BP NPC, so then I could just use all this stuff, because it's just calling something on the graph, so it can use everything anyway. Because before I was doing things like make a move direction and move a jump direction macro for every single one of them. I'm like, but why? They're all calling essentially the same function. And then I was like, well, why don't I have enums for these things so I can just pick which ones I want instead of typing them all the time? Why would you cast to the player character? Ain't nobody want to cast the player character. Most of the time I don't. It depends on how many options are available and if the options are going to keep getting added to all the time like that. But sometimes. But are you literally casting your character, or are you just getting the player character? Because having them all casted, the character sounds like a recipe for disaster. Having them get the player character, different story entirely. I don't know why this is here. And I don't care why. That's right, the pipe contraption doesn't actually move. It just rotates and fires. It's a cannon. I see. You find all actors with tag, or you just finding all actors of a certain thing? Because with tag means the size map doesn't get added to. Without tag, oh god, that size map. You looking real bad. I'm blind. I'm blind. I love my size maps. God help them if they ever went to directly call Poppet, though. Poppet's like 2 gigs. Jesus. Why do you... Oh, never mind, you have gears on you. Of course you talk to the gear things. Usually if you do that, it causes it to go after the character. The real one you usually want to do is to get all actors of class with tag. Actually, it might just be get all tags, right? Oh, sorry, get all actors with tag. That's the one you want. Then you get the player character unique tag, and it never directly calls upon all of them. So you're not like strapped to the character, not like a hard ref. So whenever I need to do that for something like that's fair. Like for Voodoo here, actually this time she's just getting the Voodoo pentagram. In this case she's getting it because she's the only one who uses it and it's her pentagram, so yeah. that one's not using it. I have to find someone that's using it. Where did I use that? I don't even remember where I last used it. I very rarely do that. Most of my things have a thing that when they spawn in, they send a reference back to their spawner so they know who owns them. Oh, it's easy. This is just stuff that happens in the editor. Like, it's stuff that's already good to go. Like, if I make a change here, it will appear in the editor window. A prime example of that, I did this yesterday with this thing here. Right? You'll notice how this is a different color, right? And I can go over to this interior stage color and I can change to whatever I like. As you can see. And to do that in the editor like that, in the construction script, I put the thing to create the dynamic material instance and then set it here and then do all that stuff. Basically, I just put the code to do what I wanted there. Or, you know, another example. Let's talk about my favorite lights. Lights have lots of things, including the ability to turn on and off in the editor. Well, it doesn't seem to want to show it like that, but when it goes in the game, it should be off. Actually, the doors are a better one there. We'll use the door. The door is open. The door is closed. The door is blacked out. I can change the words on there to various things based on that. That's what those are saying in there. And as you see in the construction script, I just put all these things like that. Like, if I want to... Let's see. You can basically... it's code that runs before they spawn. It runs... Actually, no, it runs actually as soon as they spawn. So if they're already in the editor, you can... Out there in the world, then you can just change them. Or if they spawned in, then it'll run the code then. So you can pretty much do anything you want with it. It's kind of a pre... I mean, it's when it's basically constructed. It's like before the event graph happens. But the difference is the construction script happens also in the editor, and the event graph only happens when it's being played. That helps. Yeah, I do lots of things in here because, you know, you could just run any code you want. That's the event graph. Like setting the text things, and then you just set these as, you know, instance editable, and then I can just change them everywhere. That's why the text can be changed in all of them. I do it here. Or setting visibility on various things based upon if it's blacked out or not. I can use UI as well. UI pretty much does a different kind of on construct thing. Sorta. Not really, actually, but it doesn't really show up until in the actual editor, though. It shows up. Well, actually, no, kind of. It does, and it does. Never mind. What am I thinking? Just depends when you want to do it. Really, I load it partially in the construction script because I want to pull information from it in order to say what the saves have on them. I can find it. Where are you at? Saves. Most of the time it's just stuff that's loaded event on construct though. So event construct, and then I rebuilt the save slots and things like that. Like, there's stuff there going on. Most of the time I just wanted information from the save data here to say what it even has. Save slot to index, or the reverse for the loading. I think the load one's actually better for purposes of displaying, but I think they both do actually. What am I smoking? Of course they do. pretty much. A lot of what it is. Because, you know, you, being able to change things in the editor is very good. Plus, you know, being able to instance change them, like each instance of the thing in the editor can be changed. Can also be very good too. Nice. Yeah, you've got event construct and event can pre-construct in these ones, right? Event pre-construct. Probably both the game and the editor thing. That one's pretty dangerous, doesn't work very well. Oh, I was munching some food. No one was actually really watching at the time, so I was like, I'll just munch some food. And then I got, you know, caught up doing things. I'll turn it back on afterwards. Nothing have to change. Yeah, I found that the first like 2 to 3 hours, basically, I get very little viewership. It's actually just much later in the night that I get it. I just kind of nod my head and smile like, cool, Gabe. It can be a problem, kind of. Not a major problem, but a kind of a problem. Oh, much easier to do this. I also redid my move to target code, so it's better than it was. It's pretty bad before. That's the best part about doing it this way. I can just change one thing on the VPNPC and then all of them are good. I gotta admit, I basically never want to change this afterwards. Mostly someone have to, though. The movement thing is 900 on that. It's a big number. Yeah, I was already told about crystal nodes. I explained to him how, you know, much cooler his stuff could look, and he was quickly on board. Then he had to fight to get it to work with his other thing, which he eventually did. He does love his customizations, quite a bit. 10 out of 10, loves it. Not really. I mean, if it is, it's so negligible that I can't really tell the difference. Unreal Engine's the real hard thing on the system. Everything else is kind of a, yeah, whatever. It's entirely free. You gotta link it. Kind of is, yeah. Kind of is indeed. Link that to you. Yeah, it's just crystal nodes. It's free. It's the goods, yo. I always do a color thing. I don't leave it as the default thing. Yeah, I could if I wanted. I just don't. Sure thing. Everyone should use it. It's just amazing. So many bytes to go. This one still has an actions graph. Actually, did I finish that on the other one too? 1 second. I didn't disconnect the actions graph. I want to do that. I'm basically restructuring all the AIs to the new version of it at the same time as doing this other thing, so. It's a massive overhaul. Good news is we're on the bites like that, so it's just the drummer Patrick. Oh, I did Patrick. Voodoo. I think the sister says something. Tilly doesn't do anything yet. Tinka doesn't really do anything either. Pretty much Voodoo, the Voodoo dolls, Voodoo herself needs a little bit of work, and then the cultists, I think. So most of them are already done. I just put in all the main options that people really want. After that, you know, listen, is what it is. Also, I just bought a pack that kind of already had a lot of it done and restructured it to use my own game. Because I didn't see much reason to hard code all the stuff myself. That one was like a fraction of, I think it was like $10, $15 for an almost entire menu system. I also didn't quite get how to use this particular plugin very well. Showed me how to do it very well with a bunch of examples. Maybe. Good ones do exist. I'm using UI nav, and UI nav is awesome. So I'm like, okay, perfect. This is move distance of 600. True. That was kind of my theory, was that I could also just kind of copy paste the basically use that same asset for the next game and the next game. Really, I wouldn't have to do a whole lot of extra work. As you know, I don't want to do the extra work if I don't gotta. Anything can save me a bunch of time, especially over the long haul, worth it. I do that quite a bit. Because I dream of finishing this game one day, and anything that shortcuts a bunch of time is very helpful in getting to the end of that. Very helpful indeed. Oops. Grab this, not that. Oops, I grabbed the wrong one. Yeah, the old way of doing this was such a complete mess. There's no real instructions out there on how to do this with blueprints. I just kind of figured it out as I went, and mostly it just made sense to me. Now I've just been improving it ever since, because why not? I don't want this anymore. Please get rid of that one. Thank you. That's right, he's a shark mode thingy. This didn't save me any time whatsoever. It was actually not a very good way to do it, but you know, whatever. I copy them all over like that. I'm not looking forward to testing all this out at all. It's going to be a nightmare for all the problems. Well, if I did it right, it won't be a nightmare, but usually you can pretty much assume that it's going to be a rough time. You know why there's relay there? I think this one is the exact same thingy. The only difference is the numbers on it are lower. Yeah. That makes it easy. The first won't need this anymore. I just got rid of everything I cared about. This is now the actions graph. I think this is thinking graph, whatever. I didn't remove these from there because they were, the macros weren't copied over. It's okay. Be all of them. So many to do. I did this one, right? I did move over. At least I'm almost some of them. I'm so glad I did this early on. I can't even imagine if I'd waited. Is it? Imagine so. I know my only worker is basically super lazy and never does anything. I keep talking to him, but you know, unfortunately, I only have a team of one person, so you know, just saying. Oh yeah. I guess I was gonna say that it was working out for you, but it sounds like it's not necessarily working at all. Damn, that's the goods. That's a lot. You might be the first person who reached it. Well, it's the first person to say anything about it. Maybe do more like rewards for him or something. I have a lot of things I need to do. It'll all get done eventually. Probably. Maybe. Hopefully. If not, well, you know. In the future. You should convince your team to do that RPG Maker Game Jam. You can try to make, you know, $1,000. Just saying. Yeah, trying to direct people, tell them what you want is hard. I don't tend to do it very much because not even sure what I want. I have a concept I'd like. I'm also pretty easy to please though, so. I mean, as long as the vibe fits for, you know, Alice Madness Returns type of feel, like, you know, that kind of evil Alice in Wonderland thing, close enough. But I'm also used to using whatever assets I can find to get the job done and tweaking them as necessary. Probably fair. Problem is I keep revising my project a bunch of times, so only I could expect you know, my workers to do it right the first time when I'm not even 100% certain how things are going to end up in the long run. I'm sure they would be very unhappy with me. Just saying. As well they should be, because, you know, I should be more direct than that. Yep. What character? I see no character. Sometimes things just get added to the game. I don't even worry about it. I just add them. This one's already partially changed. Oh yeah. I mean, less hell yeah, but hell yeah. Target. Forwards. Random. Oh, left. Move to target. Right, move to target. Left. Right. Left. And right. Move away from target. Refresh all nodes. You're gonna individually make me click those? You suck. But that's how it works, you know? The latest and greatest, you gotta change it immediately, because if you don't change it immediately, you know, you won't be able to catch the newest trend that will last for like a week by the time you've changed it and it's a new trend. And yeah. Chase them trends. Chase them. Just like a stock market. Just keep chasing them, it'll work out. Spoiler, it really never works out. I hate that I can't do refresh all nodes. You'd think that would get the job done. No. Refresh nodes, right click on each one. Each and every single one. At least I don't gotta add the nodes, I guess. It's kind of like copy pasting over and over, fair enough. That's fair. Wait, easier than I thought. Hmm? Why is there a VP cleaner? It's a dupe. There's an unfinished version of that. Okay, well, cool for them. Maybe. You would assume, though, that the actual command, you know, that it has in the menus would do what it says, but it does not. Very sad. 0 out of 10, do not like. We're taking a sweet time deleting that. That's fair. Yeah, I don't use random plugins like that. It's more demand that your project has. You know, plugins aren't always free, you know, and that they don't. They can have incompatibilities. When you update the engine, they don't necessarily are compatible with that thing, you know. Might cause problems during packaging. I'll just deal with the minor inconvenience. It doesn't happen very often. Appreciate the you finding it though. There's not even a keyboard shortcut for it. That's the real shame right there. Oh well. There's no major hurry. This is not even currently connected. Well, they can be connected and I'll just change it later when I feel like it. Sure. It comes back. Yeah, Tinker doesn't have anything at the moment. Probably just ignore her for the moment because I don't want to do with her yet. That's so weird. Does she have any meaningful actions? No, this is just copy pasted. Yeah. I don't even use the current action anymore. This is just the thing that, just in case I need to reset it for some reason. I'll leave it here so I remind myself to do something with her at some point. But as long as she compiles, I don't care. I think a 2D doesn't do anything right. That's why I saw paper CD in the game. Yeah, that's my photo. That's probably some of the oldest stuff I have. Back when I was using paper ZD for everything, and I kept it just so I could maybe use Tinka for like a 2D version of her in the paintings. I don't know if I'm gonna do that though. It's kind of a little wonky and weird, and but it would mean that she wouldn't stick out of the paintings, which is kind of the problem I have right now. So I've kept it and paper ZD for the moment. That could easily change though. I don't think that she even has any. She's like also an incredibly old AI setup that I had. This was back when I was actually using the regular AI crap. And it's a disaster. I mean, it worked, but it was a disaster. I've just held on to it because I may wish to take the character and reuse her or something else. I don't know. Doesn't super benefit me to delete it yet. But soon. Soon. It has little spinnies that has to deactivate every time. Yay, spinnies. Oops. Oops. That way anyway. What are they called? It's just jump action. I'm totally blanking on the name now. Done so many of them, and now my brain's just like derp. Yeah, it's jump direction. That's what it was. I'm gonna copy paste it. Yeah. They have a huge launch force. That huge. This is reversed. This is why I was holding off on doing AI for so long. I knew what this was going to be. Going through and fixing all the crap. Restructuring everything in the entire project. I'm still kind of working on Vu along the way, but only slowly working on her because, yeah. She won't take a while. No reset actions inside of here. Actually, no, for this, I can actually connect up to here. No longer doing these attacking things, so. Thankfully, most enemies really are that simple. Not doing too much with them, but I may expand upon them later as I get better at doing this. Better devising good behavior patterns for them. It's definitely something I don't ever think about as much as I could of how do these things, like what's a good way for things to act, like how are they more challenging, like what are they going to do when they move around out there, like what is the AI I plan for them? Sure. Okay, that's just ugly. That's ugly. And that leaves How's the voodoo doll? We were already working on voodoo earlier. The little cultists barely have an AI, but close enough, I guess. They are pretty stupid. They definitely need some serious work. That's okay. There's so many moving pieces to that fight. I can see myself spending like a week or two on the voodoo fight to really get it to where it needs to be. So much testing to make it seem like it's going to be fun. So I'm probably just going to cut out the little voodoo doll itself mechanic, the little mini pop. I don't think I'm going to keep that. That seems like it's not particularly fun. Kind of copy and pasting around the same AI most of the time with the same behavior patterns just for the cheap crap. If I have something and then later on I change it. Wow, what? They're moving 300, but their distance is speed is 900? Good. Sure, whatever. I guess they're just moving left and right really fast. There. Got this. Got this. Here. No. Why is their temporary movement speed 90 on that? That's horrible. I don't know. I see, it just wants to get close so you can just nail him. Oops. I think I meant to put 90 here. And I put it backwards like an idiot. Because they're like right at point blank range, and I just want to get them close enough to do their little attack. Like a positional thing. I think that's finally all of them. In fact, the information gathering could also be put there, but I would kept it separate just to make it easier to keep track of. I think that's everyone, yeah. Need all those. You're selecting 90% of the enemies right now. Not too much effort. Just pop there. Spine's terrible. Pops like right along the center spine here. Don't injure your spine and neck. It's bad. Same. I gotta get rid of those two. Bite me? Good. Didn't load, they're breaking, that's fine. Wait, am I getting hit by a cannon or what? Probably. I'll get rid of all that information though, I don't need it just sitting around there. Some appears to work pretty well. I think the persistence is incredibly long, it doesn't matter though, because it doesn't actually care if it hits anything. I'm gonna get rid of that on the screen because it's just annoying me seeing the flashing red all the time. Actually, a weapon, not a her. I also wanted to fix the size of it too, for that matter. It's obviously a little ridiculous. It is. A lot of print strings that need to go by. That's not particularly good. Grace comes off the arrow. Well, it's a little better, but it's not really better. All the fun testing to make certain things are actually working reasonably well. So far, at least 3 of the AIs that I messed with are working. I had some real problems to start with, so hopefully this fixes some of the problems anyway. The unified code, this is a lot closer. This will be a little small. I'll check the big one too. That's not too bad. The arrow can move up a slight fraction. Let me go stand by some light real fast. I can adjust the position a little bit. Pretty good that way. Actually, the overall it's basically about perfect. Not as big as you might think, though, unfortunately, for the size of it, but possibly it should be bigger so that it doesn't have the issue of going through things as often. True, maybe I do that. Also, while I'm at it, that's huge. Probably go with double whatever the previous one was. Do like 20 just so it's even better at hitting things, because it's always kind of known for not always being the most accurate. Now it should be significantly more accurate because it's huge. How do I get hit? That's not long enough. I got hit somehow. Why do you have the mini pop tag? Do you all have this or something? Is it like a thing? Am I being mocked by these things? I accidentally get... Everybody has the mini pop tag. Wait a minute. So much is explained by that. I don't know why everybody got that, but they shouldn't. Definitely a quiet night. Seems like the first few hours of stream just really are so much quieter, especially the first like 2. A handful of people talk to me, but they're just good hours for me to work on things. But maybe they aren't the best for other people. More accurate. Slightly shorter. That should be good enough to make it all work. Probably close enough. It doesn't gotta be perfect. A little unfair is fine. Now I can go to the weapon parent, start getting rid of some of this extra code I don't care about. Mostly just stacks. I'm tired of looking at it. Wait, are you broken? Seems broken. Okay, she's fine. I mean, except for the giant heart problem. We really can't test her in any other room, because if you test her in any other room, she can't use half of her abilities. That's true. Whatever, I'll stop testing on this one then. Fine for setting her up, but really gotta test her in this room so she has access to her spinning toy of doom. The problem is that Oliver keeps spawning in a weird location up here too. There's an enemy spawner. Why does this thing spawn an enemy spawner? already one in here. Okay. That is weird and unnecessary. For certain. Only one transform, maybe that's what it's messing up with. Possibly. I suppose it has lots of enemies. All these ones. Might not be the longest stream tonight since I have to be up somewhat early for a dental appointment. They seem to work pretty well. Megabyte breaks. Another type of enemy here. Sitting on top, huh? Vision's definitely better, so I gotta fix the Megabyte. AIs. Mini Megabyte. That probably means that Bitey is also But also messed up because it's copy paste with less stats for the most part. So I was thinking I was gonna fix, and I'm totally blanking on what it was. Probably this. If I did the same on the other knot? Probably. Yeah. I don't think there's some more hectic, some more things to do. I don't need to design all that much to do in a room as far as like platforming if there's just stuff to fight. Nice to mix it up, but just mess both, so. I'm gonna remove the damage, that's what I was thinking I needed to do. specialize on test that room anyway. Look at that damage code with the print strings there, because it's annoying. Was useful, but now that I understand what's happening, it's not that useful. I don't get all these open. I got enough of them. Yeah, Poppet has a lot of crap on her. Yeah, nav mesh. Like a partial nav mesh. Been around for a bit. Oof. We are back. Just ease. Reminds me, I gotta fix the dash on the ground so that it uses the particle correctly. They fire too fast on the ground here, they need to slow down a bit. They work, but they attack too fast. Pop up option to do these things a little bit. See how much they move to. Actually, I'm probably gonna do some delay here. It's a nav mesh, right? Did I not put it? Oh, it's still building for some reason. Well, I was currently in the process of building, but avoided my test a little bit there, didn't it? Yeah, it's like, you want to go to TwitchCon Europe? Yeah, I know. First off, unless you actually have a lot of viewers, you're probably not wealthy enough to go all the way to a different country. Wherever in Europe it is. I don't know. I don't know. Second of all, I don't think there'd be enough people there for me to really merit it. I don't really know a lot of Twitch streamers I was looking to meet in real life. And these guys don't immediately die, they keep firing. Let's fix that problem over here. Although using can't act, so it could be the same. Oh. My problem's been plaguing me for quite some time. Move, that's good. Oh, I want to. This. Trying to fine tune it so they don't fire quite as often. Or reduce the range of their attack too.
Looks like someone's mad.
Hey Samo. I definitely got hit in the face by a chicken a whole bunch of times, so you know. Obviously, words need to be had with these enemies. It's important. How's stuff with you? How's your day going? It's fair. Going okay. I redid a lot of the movement and jump commands and basically all the AI for every character. They use a slightly different version of it and everything. Well, not slightly, but somewhat different to make it simpler to do in the future. And it, not gonna lie to you, it might have been a little tedious. Now I'm testing to make certain they all work. They're a little better now. Before they were ridiculous, we just got hammered. Now as long as you're moving, you really don't get hit very often. Yeah. It was definitely part of the job. But not sure where the quote actually came from, but it's very fitting for what's going on here. I originally picked it up a few years ago, and then actually probably like 4 or 5 years ago, around 4.26, and then I had to take like a 2.5 year break. I came back to it after that, so. Nah. No, I just have I have a bad neck and spine, basically, just in general. I don't know what happened to them, but I just get numbness and tingling in my head and limbs all the time, and it caused a lot of health problems. And they were real bad back then, but I've gotten much better, so now I'm kind of just used to some of the problems. I went up in the air a bunch of times over it. It was pretty bad. No, this predated COVID. Thanks, yeah. I am somewhat better, question mark. I don't have a lot of other problems. Like I had like spiking blood pressure. I couldn't move my neck. It was just terrible. Bunch of problems. Now I still get numbness and tingling, just not as often. And my legs are almost always feeling some form of, well, sometimes it's pain replacing them, which is actually supposedly it being better. And they pretty much do it all the time now. So that's why I get them to walk around and try to stretch them, because they just hate me all the time. In January, I started having problems where I started getting, like, feeling like I was going to fall over all the time. I never have. I took like a month and a half off streaming during that, too, because I was just like, maybe. Western medicine is worthless. That's all I can tell you right there. After like 5 years, they know exactly what they started knowing. Nothing. Thanks, yeah. I just try whatever. I tried acupuncture, but acupuncture's a farce. Oh my god, acupuncture's a farce. Holy crap. I left her with a neck ache. I'm like going, oh, so I have all these problems with my neck and spine. So what does she do? She puts like needles in my, like, you know, arms and like my feet, my like some portion of my legs, and like my head in a couple places, and an ear. Just one ear. I'm like, you miss the spots that have problems. Yeah, maybe. And they're like, just don't move it. I'm like going, okay. So I went like my ears, I couldn't even turn to see the clock, and they're like, hey, you gotta sit here for like 20 minutes. I'm like, has it been 20 minutes yet? Maybe. Just, I think I waited for like 40 minutes. By the time I left, I just had a horrible neck ache, and I'm just like going, wow, and some of that hurts worse now, thank you. And I was tediously bored sitting here the whole time because it wasn't even relaxing. I'm like, this is still stupid. Why didn't I just get a massage? Yeah, exactly. $65 down the drain. But some guy I knew who does business with swore by it being so good, and I was like, alright, I guess. And they're like, you just gotta come back for 10 more appointments. I'm like, what, so I can feel even worse? Like, if you guys had, like, if I'd left with like exactly the same amount, it would have been fine, but now I'm just in worse shape, and this is terrible. Do not like this plan, people. So I was unimpressed. Horribly, horribly unimpressed. That's okay. You live, you learn. Now I'm just kind of the opinion that I just don't let it bother me. I just Struggle on, get exercise. Exercise seems to help a lot, so. Pretty much it. I'll wait for them to get better. I'll be waiting for the rest of my life, I think. Exactly. But, can always be worse. I'm definitely not in as bad shape as I was. I mean, they keep sending me to specialists, so... I don't know what to really tell you. It's like... I've had my head MRI, my neck MRI, I've been to a cardiologist, and all those tests. Those were fun. Well, I mean, we're running out of things that can be, so... I do have 3 disc bulges in my neck, but they said that was not what could cause the problem. I was like, really? Okay. I did find out that I had a crown that got replaced because it was just old. And apparently, like, there was an infection under that crown after they did it, and that was there for like 5 years. I found that out recently. That probably didn't help. Could be part of what caused it, maybe. I don't know. But I've had a lot of tests. Well, it was hurting. I had them check it a couple times about 5 years because it had like problems that like had been green around the gums. They're like, well, it's just like the root died, but you know, it doesn't matter because as long as it's not like, you know, causing a problem, it's fine. I was like, well, it doesn't feel very good. They're like, it's okay. I'm like, okay. So you trust your dentist, you think, right? But twice they checked it out over 5 years. Finally, I had them just remove it. It feels a little better, but I might be getting a root canal on it. Get to find that out in a month. My insurance is awful. Go to this dentist. How long will it take? 3 months. Wow. Sweet. Yeah, I don't know what's causing all my problems. I've been feeling a bit better lately, so yeah. Comes in waves. You seem to work just fine. I didn't notice any problems. Yeah. Well, back in when I was doing RPG Maker, everyone in the community was basically sick, and I used to say that it emitted some kind of radiation, and that's why everyone was sick. So, you know, we can blame Unreal for the same thing now. Probably fair. Remember, everyone of these appears to work. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. If only I had never been a game dev, I wouldn't have been subjected to all that radiation, and I would be completely healthy now. I'd also be significantly richer. That's true, too. But maybe at some point when this game is released, it will have all been worth it. It's like 5 people buy it, and then I'm like, why? No! Hopefully more than 5 people buy it. I'm just saying, hopefully more than 5. Maybe even like 10 or something. I forgot to fix food stuff. Maybe even, dare I say, 20 people buy it. Oh my god. That's a lot to hope for. I hope I'm underestimating my game. If I'm not, that's horrible. Oh, we'll see. I want it to be amazing. get the sneaking suspicion that I also still have a long way to go to get enough eyes on it. Well, thanks. Ah. Welcome back. Those ads are savage. Which really wants their wants to pay for the stream somehow, I suppose. Joke's on them though, I'm pretty certain they lose money on my stream. Maybe not. If they did, it'd be basically nothing they lost on it. This is called the Blacksmith, but it reminds me more of Pirates of the Caribbean. Not sure if I want it. There is a pirate one I have, so maybe when I get to the pirate area later, it'll be full of good stuff. Yeah. Well, my plan with the next area is literally to have little pirate thingies on top of the water around here too. It's not just going to be open water like that. I mean, more like pirate areas like these areas and fighting on top of that. Right? Because otherwise it's just wasted space, because you can't really do much with water. Well, there'll be water, like when you go into the water and you get the ability to do that, there'll be monsters down there and things, but Poppet's, you know, dies when she goes into water, so don't really want monsters that are in there that attack her while she's above it, I guess, until later, I suppose. I mean, the most exciting thing I made was that shark. Yeah. For purposes of the water. Yeah, I'll have to figure something out with that because I want, you know, something along those lines. So probably more water in places and things. But it's all planned for the next area. I haven't spent too much time working on it though. Probably could, but I was trying to finish the, you know, first area the most, you know, the first chapter. Yeah, kinda. I mean, it's not really underground. The building, the walls are there. We're still on the outskirts of the building here. It's just that there's blocked off. Most of these rooms are actually on the outskirts of the building. The central area is not that big, I guess. The rooms are huge too, and I was planning on having the third chapter in here, so I'm probably gonna break these rooms up more and everything. I don't know. That's pretty far ahead, so the floor layouts might change a bunch by that point. For the third area, I plan to have like, you know, a little miniature city, like steampunk city in there that you go and wander around in. And I figured it'd like multi-story, but that might not play out very well, so we'll have to see how that goes. Some things just, I don't know, I mean, I am still playing in a building here, so I mean, like, some things are pretty, much more limited in a building. Like a flying mechanic might be just too good. We'll have to see. So I have concept mechanics, like, you know, for a lot of the tarot cards that are gonna potentially be in later, but they gotta be, they're gonna have to be tested along the way. Oh, this scope's been here the whole time. Like, this was already the plan things. I actually cut a couple floors off of the building. This is why I made all these as ideas. This was gonna be like an area where the, known as the Great Board, where the chess and checker pieces are fighting amongst each other. I was gonna theme it around those games, and then the creepy basement thing. Originally, I had the toy makers thingy up on top. I have like a toy maker thingy down here and stuff, and I'll have another like secret area type of thing. But currently, it's approximately 7 floors because the basement's 2 floors. But it used to have 2 floors on top, and then the basement was 1 floor. So I took out 1 floor basically. I might cut 1 more floor potentially too. Possible. I have a lot of plans, but it'll depend on how long the game's taking, because the last time I fought all the way through the first chapter, it took 2 hours. Most of it I try to scale around Poppet and Charlotte, the ghost girl. Those 2 are pretty much my yardsticks for size. Is everything small? No. Boing. Boing. The collision on these cars is terrible because I don't worry about it. Also, I still gotta fix that. Look at how long it takes to cross the street. At least I'm running really fast. Oh god, we're flying! It's multiplying, view. We're flying away, bye-bye city. I didn't know you can multiply it like this. I'm very excited. View. There's no save point. I'm still flying. Yeah, it's the dash is obviously a little multiplicative. Like, there needs to be a restrictor on it. It probably needs to be a certain distance. Yeah, this place is huge. Just in case you want to run around through all the thingies. Poppet's tiny. The way it's actually scaled is Poppet is actually not tiny. Everything else is just large. Yeah, here's your scale for you right now. This is a street curb. And this is Poppet. She's tiny. So, you know. That's right. Takes forever to get anywhere. Thankfully, the dash is pretty fast, so you can go quicker. The fact that it multiplies like that is insane and kind of dumb. Like, it took me that long to stop. Oh god! Yeah, like, the third dash just makes you go nuts. Yeah, you get an idea of where everything is. No brakes. Yeah, it's not very fun to wander around down here because it's just kind of open and there's nothing to do. So it's kind of funny for like 5 seconds and then you're like, cool guys. There's enough like city built so that basically you can see stuff from every direction, even though I just walled off these. There's like, that's just a wall in the way. I don't care about that. But yeah. I didn't even need to make as much as I did, honestly. You can't really see that much from every direction. Like, I didn't need the other side of this building either. Well, I don't see what, like, it's nighttime, so there's not gonna be a lot of people on the streets. I did make the streets a lot more empty. Yeah, considering people, the thing is that it's just more resources, and the only time you really see it's when you go outside. So I might make the city a little more detailed, and then in the distance make it less detailed. I did actually shrink the size of everything because I actually had stuff farther out that went way farther out behind these walls. And then I removed it because, you know, no point. Well, the thing is it doesn't really have a very good method for doing that. Like, I'm using the H-load system, and I could probably tell it to load some things like that, but if I did that and had a load a section of the city every time you got near the window, it would lag super hard. So it's not the best. Yeah, well, I mean, you can still see. You'll go out in these little pipes out here, and you can easily see what's going on around here. So it's not like it's nothing going on, but I definitely pay a huge price for wanting to be able to let you go out on the pipes here and look out the windows and stuff. But it really helps sell that you're tiny in the city by looking out the windows. So, I mean, it helps add to the illusion of it a lot. Well, it's not really an illusion. Your character is tiny by comparison. Yeah. Well, I plan to make all my games in the same world, so this way, if you happen to see a building from one, you can, you know, look at it and go, oh, that's awesome, and everything like that, a little reminder. I mean, you won't be able to, like, you know, do all the stuff in there, obviously, but I just think it's fun to keep everything in the same world. So this way, if you know lore about the world, then the lore is true in all my games. But I'm not going to sit there and just, you know, lambaste you with lore or anything. Yeah, exactly. It might not have any real relevance to anything there, except for that, you know, certain rules exist in the world, and those rules hold true in everything. Some characters will cross over between the things too, but they might cameo. But just seemed like it'd be cool to do. Not sure I'm going to keep the city in the sky. I mostly just got rid of the ocean because it was using a lot of resources. Yeah. Got the idea from watching the D&D people who are just building up their worlds and like that. And I'm like, this is so great. Every time the characters interact with each other, that's just more like, you know, personality that's been built up by all these characters, right? All these, like, you know, memories they would have of these events, you know, add up to a personality. So, okay. I just keep building characters off of characters as they meet up and do things with each other, and hopefully people grow to like the world. And if they don't, well, hopefully they like the games that are attached to it. I don't know. Sure. Yeah. I would have made a bigger city if I thought I could actually get away with it, but I probably could. I was debating on where I was going to start the game as far as like how I told the story. Do I start before you die or after? After would probably be easier. Then I have to explain it somewhere along the line, some sort of memories or something of how it happened. Or an intro cutscene where you don't actually play as human Poppet, you just, you know, get shanked. Yeah, after. Probably better. Makes it easier on me. Well, I do have a model for Poppet as a human. I don't know how necessary it'll be. Yeah. Well, you quickly find out that she died. That's not even like not even a hidden thing there. She probably doesn't know super well how she died either. It probably happened pretty fast, you know, and she probably just noticed she was in pain and started bleeding, and she wakes up in a box. Originally, I thought it was have Tinka wake her up, which is why I wanted the Tinka paintings there, so Tinka, you know, can yell at her to wake up. And then this room was originally going to be this room, but I've been moving the starting room a bunch. First, I was going to wake up in the Toy Maker's lab and have you go back there later, but nah, this room is close enough. I used to have a crappy maze in here, but now it has like just some dopey combat. A blender? Wait, what? Huh? Hmm? Oh. Oh, yeah. I don't actually use Blender or know how to use it, but you know. Some people do. Good for them. I use Daz for my characters, and then other stuff is assets that I've retooled. I was working on a little like steampunk Ferris wheel, but it doesn't quite work right. The thingies don't, little seats don't stay in the right location when they rotate around. Yeah, I'd have Tinka yell at you from up there, and your goal would be to get up to her. Also, this is the Fool altar. And the Fool card's sitting right here when you don't already have it. See, I was working on this thing, but they don't quite sit in the right location yet. Yeah, I'd have an intro story there, and then you get the Fool thing here, and you can't actually get over where the combat is until you bring the Fool, so you can break this and then get through. Yeah. And then once you have this break that, you can fight a couple things, and then after them, you can work your way around through the next area where there's more enemies. There's no nav mesh down, so they're not really attacking you at the moment. Normally you don't act like strength is actually given out now in the next one there, so you can do parkour. Normally you can't do parkour at this point in the game. Oh yeah, little squeaky's awesome. So yeah, you get over here, you talk to Tinka. Originally I was gonna have it be the other room though, and you're gonna go through a whole area to get to it first, so we'll see on exactly how what I wanted to even say. I'm gonna have to change the dialogue a bit for this new room. And then after getting through these areas, it's then into this room here where you get the strength tarot, and then the game continues as you've probably seen. Yeah. And the strength tarot is gonna have a thing over here that I need to build up. And then from the strength tarot is now tied to the parkour, so then you'll be able to grab things and stuff. That'll be an easy way to explain the parkour. I don't know if I need this painting then though, too, is the problem. But then also, I don't have a key for this door anywhere in the game yet. So kind of poses a problem. You can't open the door till you get the magician, and the magician's over in the next room. So I put a Poppet box here to make it easier on the player because it's the start of the game, and I can't get back in there to the other one. That might be a little too hand-holdy though. That's true. I mean, it's like one room away. But the other thing is you'll go through all these rooms and everything like that, and if you don't have a way to get this, you'll have to go and beat the crap out of that little mini boss up there before you even get a chance to get over to the toy maze where there's still no healing. And then after the toy maze would be the first Poppet box, so like you'd have to go through a whole bunch of the early game with no heals, which might be kind of rough. But this one was positioned really well. So kind of debating on that at the moment, the game flow of this, but yeah, that'll be where it starts. You'll probably get some intro story here. Might do it in a very comic booky style. I don't know. It's probably not going to be like, you know, full-on cutscenes, obviously. But yeah, I want to ramp the difficulty up. I don't want to start the game ridiculously difficult. Like, while I'm still teaching you how to play the game, I don't want the game to beat the crap out of you. Or once you get the things to play, like do that, then I'm gonna ramp the difficulty a lot. But early on, it's kind of a long time to go without healing. If I get my way to open that door, then they can come back from the magician. It's not really a rage game. It's just not. It's not meant to be a rage game. You don't lose a bunch of progress all the time or anything like that. You know, it's not that incredibly punishing. I want you to want to explore. The other thing to remember is you're always racing against the clock too due to the sanity thing, so that's a problem. You won't have any healing for quite a long time too, so the fact that you have access to anything other than just luckily getting drops out of the pots and everything like that. But you could walk in and out of a room until you got the heals, I guess. I mean, I'm sure the people will have ways to speedrun it. It wouldn't surprise me. I hope to see it at a GDQ. That'd be awesome. Even if it's in the awful games block, whatever. I'd watch. But yeah, I'm debating on that. I still have to put story in here, and then that's... Yeah, I think it'll be fun. I enjoy it. At this point, it's mostly just planning out how the story works. Once I figure out the story thing, it'll be much closer to really completion, because I think it's one of the last great hurdles of how I want to set the story up, like how I want to do any kind of... Like, I have like a way for them to talk while you're moving around, and one way you can actually talk to them directly in a conversation, and then I don't know what I'm gonna do for any kind of cutscene if... I don't know. The big problem is a quality cutscene takes an incredible amount of time. Because it's basically like making its own little thing, you know? And how many cutscenes do I really need? Like, what am I making with this here? Where's the goal here? I do want I do want some story in here, but I don't want to get too crazy with the story. Yeah, that's the thing. I considered an intro cutscene because usually setting the stage with an intro cutscene usually works pretty well for people. But maybe I just move the characters around and have her just yell things at you? I don't even know. What'll probably happen is I'll do like some sort of comic book cutscene thingy first, and then I'll add in better stuff later if I can think of a better way to do it. I just don't have a lot of experience with cutscenes. The whole timeline thingy, I don't really know it very well. And so it's like, I had to spend a bunch of time learning it and then making those things, and having the time. But I need to settle on exactly how I want the story to go, because I keep changing the location of the rooms and everything, the order of things, which makes me have to keep changing the story. Yeah, it's mostly just a question of what I think is realistic. It's not a AAA game. I can't make, like, you know, multiple hours of cutscenes like they do. That's insane. That's not happening. One guy. I already have to make, like, you know, another 5.5 floors. More like 5 floors, honestly. There's probably about 2.5 floors, but it's not even quality content yet. Like, just because I have a lot of the floors doesn't mean it's even, like, perfect yet, you know? Yeah, I've just been thinking about what I'm going to do on all that, because I don't know. Yeah, I had a timeline, then my health started getting worse again, so my timeline got kind of scrapped a bit. Now it's I'm like aiming for the release of October of next year at this point. I realize how long this is and what it's going to take to finish, and with me working a regular job too, there ain't no way I'm finishing it. Like, when I was going to try to get done by October, but with the health problems sidelining me for like a month and a half, and then discovering the scope of this, is just, for me to get what I really want, it's not happening. If I can get one. I need a pretty good demo to show the publisher before I do that, right? Like, they're not gonna just jump for joy to do this. So I'm building a community, and then we'll talk about like publishers and Kickstarters and things like that. But I don't have anyone besides me on it at the moment, and a bit of people follow me on Twitch and YouTube. That's kind of about it. And a Discord. I do have the Discord. So we're playing it a little by ear there. I need to get a Steam page up sooner rather than later. But like I said, I work my job and then do this too. So between those two, it's not many hours in the day. Yeah, it's visible, but it's not like super visible. Like it's working its way there. Yeah, I need a Steam page sooner rather than later. It's working its way there, but I don't have this massive following or anything like that. I mean, I have like, what, 329 followers on Twitch and like 309 subs on YouTube. Yeah, okay. Ain't no one selling a lot of copies of the game with just that, you know? Like, it's a start, and I'm happy I got it, but ain't no one selling a lot of copies on that. It's okay. That gives me like about a year and a half to finish. And by then, I'll probably end up cutting out other scope too. Yeah, I need a demo. You don't need a demo for a Steam page, though. I've quickly discovered that that's just not true at all. I'm following what Thomas Brush did. Dude released his, Steam page over a year before his demo. He's like, you just build an audience. And what you do is you put a page up there while you're building your audience, so people can wish list. And then you make a separate demo page like Steam lets you do now. That puts you once again back at the top of the listings. You do it 2 weeks before Next Fest. And then people will have hype on your game by the time Next Fest happens. And then afterwards you release your game. Well, to have a good trailer, you have to have a bunch of content that makes it look like a good trailer as well. Right now I've got like a game, but it doesn't have a lot of like trailer moments, I should say. I'm working on it. Unless I just jump cut the crap out of it, which could happen. But I don't know, we'll see. It's kind of we're playing it by ear. I only have so much time in the day. If for every extra hour I stream, that's like one less hour I get to do things like build a Steam page. Or do regular work or sleep, which I don't do a lot of. So I'm working on it, and then I also have to build the streams too. Of course, that's always do when I can, but like I said, there's just not a lot of hours in the day. There's a lot of days where I work 8 hours and then stream 8 hours. And it's just like, like, it's rough. I like doing what I do a lot though, so it's kind of a problem. Yeah, pretty much. And the hours off on the weekend, I usually when I do the regular work, because I don't get it all done during the week, so I have that to do, and it's like, if I didn't have to do all that, it'd be a different story, but let's just say streaming isn't going to make me quit my day job anytime soon, and I'm not expecting it to. It's nice that anyone's even here, but sadly, man's got to eat, and the only way I'm doing that is my regular job. But periodically, stuff gets added to the game because of the funds from Twitch. I'm not monetized on YouTube. I don't think I'll ever make monetization on YouTube. Most devlogs don't do very well, and they definitely don't do enough to get you money. That's what I've been seeing, and then you gotta have like a viral devlog, which I have no real concept of making videos anyway. Sometimes they get people. I definitely put up a devlog 0, which was like an hour and a half of the gameplay and me explaining stuff. And you know what that got for all the trouble?
It got 39 whole views. Oh, wait, that sucks, doesn't it? Huh. Yeah, I've seen his thing. Oh, I've seen him. Choo Choo Charles guy. The problem is that if you want to be a good YouTuber, it's a full-time job. You're gonna have to do a lot of work, and that's great. Okay. And then I want to, I do streaming. Also, basically like almost full-time hours on that. Making a game also takes a bunch of time. And then I work a regular job. Do you see where I don't have enough time to make YouTube videos too? And most of the people who are successful at being game devs tell you don't make devlogs because the simple reality is they take a huge amount of time to do well on, and they don't really get you the views or the people. Every once in a while there'll be a guy who lucks out, but for the most part, there's plenty of people who make devlogs and they're like, oh, I got like a few thousand views. I am streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time right now. And it's exactly what I'm doing. I have 5 people watching on YouTube at the moment, and 5 watching on Twitch. Yeah, I've streamed on YouTube longer than I've streamed on Twitch. I've never really gotten good. I've never done very well on YouTube. Other than the last couple nights, I did really well the last couple nights for some bizarre reason. I had like 25 people one day and 15 the other, which for YouTube is incredible. For Twitch, that happens whenever someone raids me on Twitch. So it's like, But I've definitely found that this, streaming has so far been the best thing because I get to work on the game, so it requires a lot less additional effort. That's kind of the big difference. Because I don't have to expend the additional effort, and it's no extra time for the most part. Because I don't have extra time. So I can't just go, I'll do this. When? Most nights I sleep 6 hours. I ain't got no time. If you had a team, you could do YouTube a lot easier because someone could be the YouTube person like we do with Bite Me Games and stuff, but I don't have a team. I have a me. And that me is definitely does not have enough time to do all of this. I still have fun doing it. It is what I do for fun. I don't even pretend to have a social life anymore. That's adorable. What social life? Yeah. All that stuff just takes time. That's a full-time job. So, I don't know when I'm gonna do it all. I mean, in a perfect world with infinite time, I would do all that, sure, but like I say, I'm not particularly skilled at YouTube anyway, so one more thing I could go learn, I guess. But I was just saying I have a bunch of things I need to learn for UE, like how to make cutscenes and things like that too, so it's like, This is why I say it's probably going to be a year and a half out. Why I revised my statement, originally of it trying to be October of this year to, yeah, okay, maybe October of next year. Now for the game. I just wanted to make games. I never wanted to be an influencer. That I got stuck with because how the hell are you supposed to get an audience for your game if you're not? It's really what it is. It's like, well, I want people to even get eyes on it. Before I started streaming, I couldn't even get people to look at this game. I thought people hated it. I really did. I was like, wow, this game is terrible. Nobody would even look sideways at it. Maybe I get like 1 or 2 people looking at it. Does it? Yeah. It really is about influencers. I have plans for the influencer set. Being a streamer is definitely my gateway to getting the things there. Not because I necessarily think I'll be a very successful streamer. I mean, maybe, but I suppose it's possible. But I just make streamer friends, and a lot of them want to play the game. So I already have streamers lined up, ready to play. They're not like, they don't get thousands of people or anything. But if a few of them play, hey, maybe other streamers see it too, right?
hard to say, but they've definitely expressed interest. So streaming has been good, but only because like I say, it's so little extra work. I appreciate it. Yeah. Glad that you can't wait. I will definitely breathe a sigh of relief when this thing finally hits Steam. It's a long project. Yes. Content takes a long time. Learning the engine also took some time too. I mean, I was never particularly good at it until recently. I learned a lot while doing this. You can look back at my streams on YouTube and see how much I've learned along the way, because I have basically every stream ever for deving this on YouTube. Well, yeah, I wouldn't use any of the other engines. Heck no. God, no. Those are terrible. This one does so much for you. I could never have achieved this game on one of the other engines. I ain't even gonna pretend like the other engines are capable of this, because the effort it would take to achieve in those engines is so much higher than it is in Unreal Engine. Basically, Unreal Engine feels like it's in your corner at all times. You need some new system? Unreal made it for you. Cool new like motion matching system, so my character jumps around all crazy and does all the parkour. Here you go. I'm like, thanks, buddy. They just do it. They just give you stuff. Free assets all the time? Yep. The cost of this game is like, I dropped maybe like $1,200 over the course of my entire game dev career because I've gotten so much free stuff from Epic. So it's like, I don't think I could have come close to this. I would have never had the money. Even now, I don't think I would have as much money in general. Now, this is actually a duplicate graph, isn't it? I think so. It is. Sorry, I just gave her one new mechanic. Well, screw those hippies then. I ain't doing that. I didn't hear no bell. Yeah, I mean, Humble Bundles have helped immensely too. I mean, I literally I never could have achieved this game without so many of these things to help reduce the costs. And it's crazy. It's just like, pretty certain all this is just duped, and if it isn't duped, I don't even care anymore. Because, yeah. Whatever. I'm cheating, so I'm gonna redo her stuff anyway. She's kind of dumb. Horror games are a really good decision overall. They're so much easier to make, they take so much less time, and they're great for content. But unfortunately, I don't like horror games, which is why I didn't make one. For some reason, I like Metroidvanias, which is gonna take a lot longer. I'm like, I gotta make it 3D. It's gotta be all unique. There's Dream Game. It's better content for you for Twitch and YouTube, like for streaming it, because the better the game gets, the more people are like, ooh, wow, that's awesome. Versus if you're making some jank horror game that you made in like a couple months, people probably aren't gonna like watch your stream and go, man, that's so cool. They're probably gonna be like, oh, that's whatever, you know, if they even look at it at all. Yeah, well, don't let your memes be dreams, or dreams be memes. There you go. Yeah. That's what I mean. Yeah, you're gonna need a team for that. Just the cost of running servers for that crap. Oof. Plus advertising it, because you got to get a lot of players for an MMO. That's the downside, right? Like, a world of MMO where it had no players would be terrible, right? you know, need tens of thousands of players. Probably you need to have a realistic world, but then you need a server that can handle that, which is nuts. Yeah. Plus, you're also basically playing into what's almost like a dying genre in the first place. So it's like, I guess, but the cost and dev time on them is so huge that companies just don't really make them anymore for the most part. It's just the nature of the beast. It's pretty hard to keep continuous content like that. And if you did, why not just make something like Genshin Impact where you don't have to make like a continuous world for everyone, right? It's just endless trash content. Like auto battler stuff where you barely have to do anything. Seems a lot better. And even they have hundreds of programmers. So I mean, hundreds of like staff in general. So it's not like they're like a team of one or anything like that, or a small team. But I mean, most MMOs take these big companies like what, 5, 6, 7 years to make. Because the thing is content. That's what I'm doing here. I'm making content, like putting all these things. Like I'm working on these AI things like that. Now imagine doing that over a huge open world with so many unique enemies, so many unique locations you have to make. Content, things have to happen in those locations. It's not enough to just build something that looks pretty. What are you going to do when you're there? And that's really, I think, the thing that people underestimate when doing game dev. And why a lot of game devs will try to make randomized content so they don't have to design content. But the problem with the randomized content is you might think it's really fun to continuously do over and over, but it's usually not. It's usually very samey. I experimented with that for quite a while myself, and yeah, like when I put it in front of players, the simple reality was it was very difficult to make randomized content feel interesting enough to go through in the first place. Let alone multiple times. So, yeah, exactly. A lot of people I know, they're just busy making systems for their games. They haven't even started the content. They don't realize that they've just spent years on this system because they want it to be perfect, only to find out that it will take them a lot more years to make the content. This content takes significantly longer than making some little crappy system behind it. I make these systems all the time to operate this game, but you'll see me spend, you know, all kinds of nights on just, you know, making certain enemies even work right. So all the stuff they gotta do. Tonight was just an overhaul of just the AI that I had set up. And I put a lot of effort in AI in the first place too, so it's not like that's the only night I've ever put in AI. There's still the Charlotte mechanic too. I wouldn't even mess with much either. Like this is gonna need to be refined, or I'll have to cut it from the game, one of the two. I kind of like having her creep after you because it's kind of fun and interesting, but it's still pretty jank. It's not very nice. This is very, very poorly set up at the moment. So, like, I think the rooms are pretty good up to the chapel. It's when you get past the chapel that the rooms are not very good. That's, I think, where the quality dips immensely. Because I haven't put the time in on the rooms to make them that great. Like, the library is pretty empty, with almost nothing really in it. Yeah, you can definitely see where the polishing is. In this room, I decided to start adding things to build a whole thing for it, because the simple reality is it was just boring. It had nothing unique about it. Like, I gotta have unique stuff. Cool. I got a hallway here that has, like, nothing in it. This is super boring. These rooms don't, like, these are just concepts. I mean, this I'm just using just as a fun place to deck out enemies, because like, oh, it was more of a meme than anything else. And like I said, this room has not a lot in it. Yeah, this room's probably more polished than the others. We'll see. Look, like, there's gonna be, it's obviously a steampunk world, so you're gonna use a lot of these things, and it's still the dark and like that, or at night. There's a lot of brass and things like that. I mean, it's steampunk. So you expect that, you expect the bricks and the wood. You'll go farther down and you'll start getting these areas that are more colorful though, with water and things, so adds an extra color. It's still using the same kinds of things, but... And of course the third area, you can speculate on what it'll look like by just looking at the buildings out here, right? That's a little mini version of the city. The chest area will be interesting. And the basement will be where all the broken stuff is, I suppose, is what I was talking about doing.
Originally I was gonna theme it around a dollhouse down here, but now that I've moved this down here, I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna try to keep it somewhat of a style, but each area has to have enough of a difference that you go and you realize you're in a new area. So I've been speculating I'm gonna do that. Once I get Voodoo up to like a level where she's like somewhat competent, I'll probably start working on later rooms just so I have, you know, more things designed. Yeah. Well, I have a lot of chess things. I already have a planned out Red Queen character. I don't think she's in the game yet, but where are you? Ah. So this is my planned Red Queen. And you see the back foot and all that. And she's a model, she's just moving everything like that too. All her top half moves, obviously the bottom part's her chest piece. So, she's not in the game yet. I'm sure I'll have to optimize the crap out of her. But, so you getting there. What else I got? Thanks. This is another character I was making for, you know, it might have got moved into the steampunk area, honestly. So the city area. Originally I was gonna have more like a dollhouse with like teddy bears and things like that, like farther down. I don't know. I don't have a back view of it, I don't think. I just didn't bother to render them. I had a different version of Voodoo, but she just doesn't look very good. I thought she would look better. But the simple reality is, she just doesn't. Like I put her in the game, she just doesn't look good. Which is strange. I thought she'd be way better looking than she is, and she just isn't. So, what's this one? Yeah, she is like, yeah, a normal looking face. So yeah, that's it. She looked terrible in the game. I was like, okay, cool, neat. Those are already in the game. I thought about having weird mushroom people, but then realized that really wasn't a toy, so no point in that. That's an old version of her, so I'm not even using that art anymore. I've been through a lot of iterations of things, so... I had some really creepy versions of Charlotte back in the day. Like, this is one of the original ideas I had for Charlotte. I've actually, I don't remember Hit This Nick. I don't remember much about Harry Potter. I probably should look it up. Or a version like that for Charlotte, but I mentioned made her more cutesy. She later on ended up looking like this instead. Much more cutesy. She went through a few versions of her. She used to have no legs. But the problem with this is it didn't really work in there because there was nothing down there for the model. You could just see through the model. It was weird. I tried messing with it. It didn't work out very well. I made her as a human too. Just a random cute girl. I mean, she's young. She's not very old. There's a painting of her in her room, so you can just see it. That's the actual painting. Got that one from the game. Characters from other games. Poppet's art looks way better from Daz. If you put her in Daz versions of Poppet. She used to have a hat too. She used to have a different outfit entirely too. I've gone through a bunch of them. She used to have other outfits. She used to be a witch doll. I've been through a lot of versions of Poppet. Like profile there, and I changed it up a bunch. I switched her out of black because of the simple reality you couldn't see her. Didn't work very well. I have old pictures of her. Yeah, you literally just couldn't see her. It's like, it's dark. She needs to be not in black. How am I supposed to see her? It's so dumb. Let's see here. No, none of that. Oh yeah, it's like her old outfit. I think I gave her a different, took the corset off her later. We went through a lot of looks. She used to have long hair too. When I put that in Unreal, it made it look like Cousin It. It's terrible. I tried a different outfit entirely at one point with a different hat. Didn't do all those. I was making emojis, that's why she has faces that are funny. The old look. A little creepy, actually. Yep, she's definitely looks different than in the game where she looks freaking creepy in the game. Happens. Very sad. Yeah, she's still creepy. She's still a doll. Sometimes she's a little better looking than others, but she's still a little creepy. I think she's better looking in these ones. Or I changed her out a bit. If I can find her original look, she started out as an ugly, creepy doll. That was actually what she started out as. And I wonder if I can locate it. If I still have it. I might not have it. I try to keep a lot of the old stuff just for, you know, posterity's sake. Because it's just kind of cool. I probably have the old model around somewhere. No, not there. And recovered stuff. Those folders are empty. That one's not empty. That would not be useful. Was before and Remember Tomorrow, the other game I was making, Render Library, maybe? Oh, those are ancient. Whoa. I kept those? Jesus, why? Not question those, different game. I was making another game. But you can see I stole the outfit from this character and brought it over to the other because this outfit worked really well. So, there was a time when I was making a different game, but we're not making that game anymore. Well, it might happen still, but different story entirely. Yeah, I don't even know what I did with the others. I really can't find the original version of Poppet. That's creepy. That's sad. I can find old RPG Maker stuff. Oh, good. Why? Yeah, I don't think I have it anymore. If I do, I'd have to re-render it. Damn. Oh, I guess you can't see the original version of Poppet. She was creepy looking. Very sad. She was ugly. She was real ugly. Real ugly. Like even her mother's like, whoa. You got a paper bag that. That ain't okay. It was like that. Yeah, I know I did them. Damn. Poppet Quest old stuff, maybe? Maybe. It's empty. Great. Good job, me. Screenshots? Oh, that's interesting. You can see some of the old concept ideas that I had for like the original first chapter map. Because it was actually going to be outdoors and there was going to be, it was much flatter, more spread out. But like the secondary being an actual back and like a backyard type of area. I'd like dilapidated areas too instead. You can definitely see the original everything for the game. This was quite a while ago. Yeah, the first version was very dilapidated. And it got changed out because I just didn't have the assets to make it work. Yeah, the light cubes. The original Hierophant ideas. Those are new. There was actually a bucket ship too to, like, you know, move around. I might still use this concept for the bucket ship where you could, like, you know, float around everything, and you can see it in a past stream. I remember laughing at the bucket ship. I thought it was great. It definitely made my day. I think one day it floated away. It's like, alas, poor bucket ship, we hardly knew ye. Or I made a special bottle for that, you know. Oh, old stuff. Oh, wait. Ooh. Ooh. One second. I might have found myself a smorgasbord of interesting ideas. There you go. Like, here's the old outdoor area. I might still have floating boxes in there. I do have the mechanics are still in there. I just don't use them at the moment, but ones that can float in the water. What just happened there? Okay. Here's like the original version of the Moon Tarot. Still in the game. I haven't taken it out. I probably plan the mechanic to work exactly like it seems, only much flashier than this, obviously, because, you know, this is early concept, but you get an idea how much I've thrown away. I kind of miss having the outdoor area. It just didn't work very well. Like, I couldn't find a way to really lock the player in a location, so it didn't work. Like, what were you even supposed to do in it besides be sad?
Alright, doing a bit of a sound test here to see how my...
Oh, nope. Sound test.
Okay, let's see if I can hear the fan on this or not. Lots of talking noises.
Apparently, I
sounds.
can't, mute that? None of those need to be saved. I'm looking for interesting videos from back then because I saved a bunch of things from back then. I was hoping to have some evidence of it. Show off. I mean, this is kind of evidence. Went through a lot of these, didn't I? I saved a whole bunch of videos. I'm trying to find ones that actually have anything in them. I'll show them off. What is going on there? And this was like the old Hierophant in like one of the dilapidated rooms that I eventually took out. I used to have flooded areas using landscapes and everything like that, and it just wasn't like I said, the dilapidated thing just didn't work. So, you know, you gotta make some changes sometimes. She's just gonna keep doing that over and over, sure. You can see like originally what Patrick was. I was just testing out the death mechanics like that. Yeah, so weird. I don't even know what's going on there with Patrick. Apparently he's just thrusting. Don't even question it. I don't know why I recorded this. I just had like a ridge spawn built and everything like that and was just testing things out. But you can see the evolution of the game. I didn't get here by accident. It's been a long road. A long road indeed. Yes. The original Fool, which was a sucker. Yeah, it was definitely different. She also moved way too fast. This was from... when was this from? This is from 6/30/24. This is 9 months old. There you go. This is 9 months ago. My time capsule to show everyone. Obviously, it didn't work very well. I wonder if this one was the same thing. Oh, you can see some of the old areas too. The painting was originally like a weird room instead. I think this was my testing area for fighting, like, I guess I was just testing Patrick a lot. I think I was trying to record some videos to show people where I was at the time. I could watch Patrick fight a bunch of times here. Patrick's a pretty old boss by comparison to many of the other ones. His name was not Patrick at that point, by the way. What else we got? I think I was just, this is literally just me recording video. And then this is why I changed the painting world to this other thing like that. I think this was like a couple days after the fact. No, actually it was about a month after the other video where I decided to change it to this. No, actually it wasn't. It was 5 days. Yeah. Good ideas of what that looks like. I think I recorded a handful of these trying to get the right stuff. Yeah, with the star, when I first gave out the star. I don't think we need a bunch of Patricks here. Nah, I guess I moved Patrick around a few times here. These are all like from within like the same day, so 7/4/2024. I don't want to see a million Patrick fights. Oh, this is when I first put Tinka in the game. Yeah. I was very excited that she followed me. Just saying. Oh, where is this video here? Right there? What's this? Oh. Nope. Recording someone else's thingy that she wanted me to... She sent me that, so we don't need that. It's helping with RPG Maker stuff, but I don't know if she wants to be on camera. Probably not. Not gonna put someone on camera who don't want to be there. Nope. Nope. Still nope. Why did I record half this crap? You ever wonder why you just keep copies of weird stuff that just has no purpose? Looking for other cool things to show people. It's not cool. Those are all the same thing. What are these? Oh, testing the voice.ai stuff. Not that cool either. Oh yeah, those are terrible. Didn't work very well. How about these? This is that. Not really. So what I'm really gonna do? No. When I tried to record that, okay, I don't really keep a lot of anything. Oh well. Anyway. I was hoping to do like a memory lane thing, but I really need to like keep track of like anything so I can just show people stuff. But, you know. I really didn't save hardly anything. Yeah, I don't know. Keep hoping I have some sort of secret dash of things that I've saved, but it does not seem like I do. Hmm. Oh, what these? Sure. Oh yeah, the other game. Well, I was testing out running through that. Oh, you hear it? And a different map there with the other character? Yeah. I had a weird Alice in Wonderland fetish. Yeah, I still kind of do. You want to get technical. Also the other character. And I was so happy when I got her hair to blow in the wind. Oh my gosh. This is when I was learning claw physics. And her hair was fantastic. Because it just did stuff. I think I was learning physics with a thing like that. I for some reason recorded it. A game that never was. Very excited about that though. I think I was trying to make it do something. Whoa, 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 whoa. What did I even accomplish there? I don't even know. I might have just been lagging because my computer was a sissy. This is back when I had a 1080. And I was using, this is Unreal 4. That I was testing at the time. And when did I last use this? Yeah, this was like from 12/22/22. Yeah, this was before I started having the health problems. Around then, I think. I don't know why I recorded it. Evidence of the game that never was. Kind of cool in a way. Kinda. Alright, that's probably enough crap. Always happy to show people how the long road it took to get here. And all the failures along the way. So just in case you think that I was instantly successful at making what I've made so far, well, you can see that's just not true. That's just not true at all. I've tested almost every enemy except for Vu and Patrick. They all seem to work for the most part. Put a new Navnish down here for this one. I think I'll take a quick bio break before I do this test, because it might take a moment to beat the crap out of Vu here. I'll give a bigger one just for funsies. Okay. Got the nav mesh down. Like to build it again, fair enough. We waiting? We still waiting? Okay, she moved. That made me a lot happier. I mean, the fact that her heart's huge and her head's, you know, rotates. Just ignore all that. What you doing, pal? Is it break? Seemed broken to me. We can check. Yep, she got borked. Well, okay. I knew we were going to have to do some testing. So we know the Bork is somewhere in this because, you know, she never got out of Battle Phase 1. Just saying. Just saying. Oh, well. How's it going, Rastafan? Did you solve your mystery with the spawning? You need to drop by and actually check out the stream and see if you did, but you know, I don't even have time anymore. Oh, that's fair. I too don't wish to solve those problems quickly. I'd much rather wait and save them for later. Yes. Yes. Forever later. Yes. Like off the boat, and maybe we'll fish it out of the sea on the way back later. Yeah. Like that later. The best kind of later. Let's connect that up there. Back to the moment was breaking, actually. But how sooner are we really talking? I mean, many people I know have been working on their games for years, so really how soon are we truly talking here? I'm just saying. I'm just spitballing here, but maybe it ain't gotta be so long. It ain't gotta be so later. I mean, it ain't gotta be soon. Yeah. You gotta wait a little. Imagine unironically finishing things. Who does that? Not I, good sir. Not I at all. I think that's what was breaking. That's fair. A noble goal. I too would like a beta by the end of this year. I should have a beta by the end of the year for, well, a demo anyway. A beta is probably a strong word. Not the choice word I would use for what I think my progress will be. What you doing? Where you going? You didn't break. That was weird. You just waved it at me. I have questions. You just having fun? You break again? That's fair. Bro. I suppose demos are okay too. I guess. Suppose. The regular summit was actually going off too. I think this is breaking and it's just going infinite. Probably. Oh, that's fair. I was just showing people my where I was, like, 9 months ago and things with stuff, and it wasn't pretty. I found some old videos of what I had did. I wish I put stuff up on YouTube to show people so they could all look back and go, wow, that was terrible. Sadly, I did not. They'll just have to, assume it was terrible and go with me on this one. I did have almost an hour of content I threw away. That's wrong. It's actually probably like 40 minutes. But it was really bad. It wasn't very good. It was precursor to all this. I still haven't fixed that dash. Oh my gosh, it's driving me nuts. Yeah? But the question is when did you first see it? By the time I came to Twitch, I was actually much farther in than people think. I definitely tell you, it was yeah, it's definitely a different game. There was like an old dilapidated warehouse that this was in the middle of, like, the mountains, and it was not in a city. I actually made the city, like, I think in the first week of Twitch or something. I was like, I think there should be in a city. I was like transferring everything over. What you doing, pal? Where you going? Where did you go? Hello? Is anyone home? Boss? Boss? Oh, she's over here. What you doing? You just kind of enjoying life out here? What's over here that's so cool? Huh? Buddy? Pal? Friend? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Going to, I started this on YouTube. It wasn't until recently I got to Twitch, and that was kind of where I saw much better success. YouTube's been picking up lately, but for like over a year, YouTube was basically nothing. Like I get no one on it. I had like 1 to 3 people at most. It was. Now there's like 6 people watching. That's already better on average than I was getting by a huge amount. Yeah, she's just breaking. What you doing, pal? Friendo? Somehow it just keeps hitting this do one thing, but it's only going to battle phase 1. We didn't even do any damage to her. Yeah, YouTube took a long time. Even now, like I'm like in the last few days, I've been picking up people, which is nice. Like way more people. Like yesterday it was like 15. Day before it was like 25. It was crazy. I was like, where'd that even happen? YouTube never gives me those kinds of people. Which is awesome. I mean, they don't almost never talk, but just them lurking is awesome. I figure between both, you know, Twitch and YouTube, it's just doubling my audience essentially. I kind of average about the same on both, unless someone raids me on Twitch, and then I get way more on Twitch, obviously. But otherwise, if I'm getting like maybe 6 people to 7 people on average, that's on each one, I'm usually pretty happy. Well, lately YouTube's been averaging high, but I'm gonna try to multi-stream to Kick and Rumble as well. I just gotta set it all up. But I mean, if I can literally just get even more audience by just, you know, basically I want more people to talk to. There's never enough people to talk to. That's what I think. It's just like, I could not talk to people, but counterpoint, I'd like to talk to people. Get everyone's eyes on the game. Where can this even break at? Oh, that's fair. I just like chatting with people. I do enough work on the game all the time that I don't mind taking breaks from working on the game. Like, that's completely fine to me. That's acceptable. I'll live with it. Because, you know, I mean, sometimes it's just been hard at it for a while. It gives me kind of a time to think, you know? But I can see where it'd be a problem. A lot of people who do the game dev stuff don't actually talk to their people all that much because of the fact that it's, you know, it requires a lot of thought. There are definitely more than a few times where I haven't talked as much as I should. Yeah. That's like the best thing about Twitch. The number of people who are chatty on Twitch is very high. It's actually noticing that like the number of people who like will follow you on Twitch is actually incredibly high by comparison, like ratio-wise, than the number of people who will follow you on who will sub to you on YouTube. But the people on YouTube are more likely to join my Discord by a lot. It's one of the strange things I've noticed. I'm a little bit of a loss why she keeps breaking here. Unless she's doing the wrong phase. You doing the wrong phase there, bucko? Let's just click to edit. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, I definitely found that more people join the Discord from the YouTube than they do from Twitch. By a huge margin. They just don't ever sub. But Twitch people follow way more often. I already get +1 sub today on YouTube, so that's something. That's the other. YouTube doesn't actually really tell you when people sub half the time, so I don't even know. I can't even get all excited for someone. It'd be interesting to see which one catches up. Like, my Twitch actually eclipsed my YouTube by like 19 followers or subs. I was like going, in the space of like a third the time I got on YouTube, it actually eclipsed it. I was like, wow, that's cool. Gotta celebrate the little things. Okay, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna put a move direction print command here. String. I'm hoping that the last command it shows will tell me what's going on here, because this is kind of ridiculous. Like, there shouldn't be there's nothing left for them to really break on, but for some reason they're just breaking. This just isn't triggering. What I could do is have this count right here up. It adds +1, and if it ever hits like 5, it does a reset, but over here it sets it to 0. And this does a forcible reset, so this way if she ever breaks, it would fix the problem. This might be my way to just protect against the ones that just break all the time. Like if they just have so many problems and they just keep breaking, I can always just fix it this way. Great backup plan. Yeah, probably not gonna go more than 8 hours today because I gotta go get up for a dental appointment. So it'll be like another hour and 12 minutes about all I'm gonna do. And 8 hours is most I got right now, sadly. Otherwise, I'd stream longer, but that means it'll be 5 o'clock. That means it'll be like exactly 8 hours before I have to be there. And I gotta work afterwards, so it'll be fun, I'm sure.
No, really, I should probably log off faster than that, but I'm kind of working on this. That should cause her to permanently unbreak herself every time. Actually, every time she's broken, she'll just fix herself after 5 tries of being a failure. She does have a lot of problems. That's so overpowered. I need to make it where it's not a launch character and instead just just a move character X distance. I'm waiting to see the reset thingy because that'll tell me which action broke her. There's move direction that broke her. You should unbreak, reset action. Reset action should be enough to stop it, but she's not resetting. How did move direction break her? Is she trying to move too far? Maybe the partial thing. She's trying to move outside of the distance that's available and she can't do it, so she just sits there like an idiot. That makes sense. Now, for partial paths and stomping on overlapping. Stomping on overlap might be kind of dangerous because she could easily just bump into other enemies. So that might not be good enough. Oh, lady, what you doing? You just having fun with that? What happened? Why are you stopped? she doesn't reset, which is interesting. She's trying. Reset action is supposed to undo this thing here. I guess I should have saw where the nuance was hitting and then breaking. Yeah, I should actually wait and see which it's breaking on. I think it's just a movement thingy, but it'll at least show me every time it hits those, so it'll give me an idea of what's going on. Not just the other. Is it because I hit her and it interrupts? That might be the case. It interrupts somewhere in the movement. I think that could be it. I think I hit her and interrupted her. Let me go stand by the thingy so I can see what it's doing. Oh. I see what the problem is here. This is a fault here because I didn't set the reset timer here. This would cause it to, it would always be false and continue. So if I don't reset it, then my fix breaks. It fixes it, but it doesn't fix it. Because it never runs this way, so it never goes back to doing it again. Broke almost immediately. That freezer again. Yeah, she's in the middle of an attack, and because the interrupt happens, it causes a problem. First off, let me check the movement thingy on these. Well, they both account for if it failed.
So shouldn't make any difference which one happens here because every one of them accounts for exactly that. Except for this, but it should pop out at the end, right? Well, actually, I guess let's go to an output. There's that area that you could potentially, I guess, have issues at. Let's make jump also do the same. This way there's not a problem later. This one just launches the character, so it's not a big deal. Perhaps in her attack she can be interrupted too. I could make a custom event to do this too, if I wanted. It hasn't broke for anyone else though. Hmm. Actually, to be fair, no one else uses this particular attack one. That's just hers. I made a lot of flow earlier than I was thinking. Already tired. I slept like 6 hours yesterday. And 6 hours here before that. And 6 hours the day before that. It's kind of... 2 jobs really wears on me. What I'm seeing. Should unstick herself. It's always a move action that it breaks on, or move direction. It's always a move direction. I hit her and then the move direction breaks. I don't think she breaks if I don't hit her. It has like some kind of interruption thing, I think. I'm gonna just want her. No. I didn't hit her that time. She hit me. Oh, he's off. Is it because she attacked during it or something? Is that what caused the problem? Because somehow it's just not firing the reset action. So as soon as it fires a reset action, it fixes it. No, she's not even breaking at all. We're in a second phase? So is that it? No. Still, it should be a first phase. We might actually be in our second phase. Definitely in it now. Yep, she froze right there. It's still move direction. It's every time it's move direction. What's wrong with move direction? Why do you freeze? Nobody else freezes. Yeah, it freezes over and over. That fix does help a lot. Doesn't solve the problem, obviously, but it does help. Oof. Anyway, I think I'm gonna call it for tonight. I think I gotta get up super early. I was gonna stay up a little later doing it, but I would have to get up and then go meet someone for work right after that, and then it's gonna be a long day, and then we'll be right back to streaming again. So I'm gonna try to get at least 6 or 7 hours of sleep in that time.
Oh, I'll be back tomorrow night. Roughly the same time. I'll try to stream longer tomorrow night because I don't have anything I need the next day. Which always makes the biggest difference. This will be like my Friday and care about that then? Yeah. Pretty much. So, if you like what I'm doing here, game's called Poppet Quest. And, you know, join the Discord if you want to keep track of it, or, you know, sub or follow me, whatever. Or not. It's cool. So, I will catch everyone later. See you.